Test, test, audio test.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It appears that we have a quorum of the City Council, but I don't see a quorum of the
Planning Commission. Are they on this?
I guess not.
Yeah, I
Thursday
didn't
night.
think so. That's Thursday.
That is the thing. Thank you. This has already been quite a week. So at this time, I want to welcome everyone to the April 12th, 2022 City Council Successor Agency workshop pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. A special meeting of the City Council is hereby held for 5 p.m. And we do have a quorum. Margaret, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rarey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez. I don't see him on the meeting yet. Mayor Bryant,
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum, so we'll move into item 1, conduct a workshop on the draft 2022-23 through 2026-27 capital improvement program. And I'll turn it to staff. Sonia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to thank you for holding tonight's annual Capital Improvement Program workshop. The purpose of the workshop is to provide the Council with the opportunity to review the draft 2022-23 to 2026-27 Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, and provide your direction and input relating to the CIP. At the end of our presentation tonight, we do have a section dedicated to Council's discussion, input, and any questions that you may have of staff related to the presentation or any capital projects. The development and production of the annual 5-year capital improvement program is one of the milestones in the city's budgeting process. The city's 2-year budget cycle begins every other year with the City Council's 2-year strategic plan workshop. The workshop for this cycle occurred in December of 2021 with the resulting 2-year strategic plan approved by Council this past February. As a result of this process, there are several new strategic initiative capital projects that will be incorporated into the final capital improvement program. Details of these projects and any pending questions will be discussed later on in this presentation. Tonight's CIP workshop provides both the Council and the public the opportunity to offer their input on the proposed CIP. City Council's direction will then be incorporated into the final draft of the CIP document, which is scheduled to be brought forward for consideration of adoption at the May 24th City Council meeting. The purpose of the CIP is to address the city's future infrastructure needs, and it outlines a capital plan and the associated funding for the next 5 fiscal years. The CIP projects within the 5-year program are included for various reasons. Of course, first, as mentioned, the CIP includes capital projects that are included in the City Council's 2-year strategic plan. Any capital projects, which are also strategic initiatives, are identified as high priority projects within the program. Next, included in the CIP are other non-strategic plan infrastructure or facilities that are needed for various reasons. These reasons may be as a result of new development and the increasing population. We may need improvements to increase efficiencies and maintain service levels, or other priorities such as new federal, state, or safety regulations. Also in the CIP are replacement projects. As the city and its facilities mature, the need for newer infrastructure declines and the necessity to maintain and keep the city's current infrastructure in good, excellent condition increases. There are a few important points I would like to point out that to keep in mind regarding the CIP. Although the CIP is a 5-year capital plan, Except for those projects designated as multi-year, the council is approving funding for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only. The remaining 4 years of the program are for planning purposes, and staff will return every year to the council with an updated CIP for approval. Even though the CIP is presented to council for approval annually, the CIP and the associated budget can be amended at any time with council action. This is important to remember, as there may be projects that are not quite ready to be included in a final draft of the CIP. However, it does not mean that the project would have to wait an entire year to be included in the CIP, but it can be added at any time throughout the year by council's action. And lastly, as I mentioned, the CIP document being presented tonight is a draft. Staff will take direction tonight and incorporate any necessary changes. In addition, council will be apprised of any changes that occur between this document and the final draft that will be presented for approval next month. As mentioned, the council just recently completed its strategic plan process at the February council meeting. At that time, various funding sources for the initiatives were discussed. What I would like to do now is provide a brief funding update on 4 of the strategic initiative projects discussed at that meeting. Please note, more specific details on each of these projects will be provided by engineering later in the presentation. First, the Sand Creek Sports Complex had proposed funding coming directly from the city's American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. Staff has researched and confirmed the use of the ARPA funding for this project in the amounts approved by the City Council during the strategic plan process. Second, as presented at the strategic plan meeting, the initiative to improve the Brentwood Boulevard corridor had included $3.5 million in grant funding, which staff was in the process of applying for. Unfortunately, staff has since learned that the city will not be awarded these grant funds. As a result, a project smaller in scope has been proposed in support of the initiative. The updated costs and scope can be found in the Brentwood Boulevard Widening North Phase 1 CIP project sheet. Next, I would like to highlight 2 of the new strategic initiative projects to be funded by the general fund. These 2 projects are the Sound Wall and Parking Garage Safety Improvements projects. The amount of general fund funding proposed and currently set aside for these projects is $600,000 and $450,000 respectively. Due to timing constraints, the project sheets for these 2 projects have not yet been included in a draft workshop CIP. However, they will be included in the final draft document brought to council next month. The scope of these projects will be discussed in more detail later in this presentation. While these general fund amounts totaling $1,050,000 have been set aside, staff does want to bring to your attention 2 additional general fund funded projects that are encountering unforeseen cost increases due to current economic conditions. These are the Creekside Park and Guerin Park Restrooms Project and the Deer Ridge Frontage Landscaping Improvements Project. Based on the most recent information available, staff anticipates cost increases resulting in the need for additional general fund funding for the restrooms projects of approximately $87,000 and the Deer Ridge project of $314,000. At this time, staff is in the process of developing the next 2-year operating budget and believes it is likely there will be sufficient funding available to offset these anticipated cost increases. In the event current year funds are not available, the necessary funds could be drawn from the Budget Stabilization Fund. And again, additional details on both of these projects will be discussed by Parks in the latter part of this presentation. Funding availability plays a key role in the development of the CIP and how the projects are prioritized. In slide 5 here, we have a chart showing all of the funding sources projected in the CIP budget for the upcoming fiscal year plus multi-year projects. And for purposes of this slide, we are excluding funding from the state's revolving fund loan. In the upcoming CIP, you can see that development impact fees is the largest source of funding, and it accounts for about 47% of the total proposed funding for the upcoming fiscal year plus multi-year projects. The development impact fees are received as new development permits are issued, and they can only be used to fund public facilities that are needed as a result of new development. We can see that federal, state, and agency funding is also a key source of funding during this period. This source consists of various grants as well as the American Rescue Plan Act funds. The city continues to regularly pursue grant funding opportunities whenever possible and has been successful over the years in obtaining many grants to help fund capital projects. The other funding source category is also a large contributor, and it consists of various special revenue and capital project funds or other outside sources. Examples of these other sources are the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account Fund or bond refinance savings. The remaining sources of funds include the enterprise funds, replacement funds, and of course the general fund. Currently, the general fund is showing $1.2 million in funding in this draft document. However, this amount does not include any of the potential $1.4 million in costs that was discussed in the slide previous. These costs will be added into the final CIP to the extent directed by the City Council. And a listing of all of the funding sources can be found in your draft CIP document beginning on page 31 if you would like to see more details on the funding sources. In summary, the draft 5-year plan consists of 56 city projects totaling approximately $306 million. Of that total, over $91 million is for strategic initiative projects that are included in the 2022-23 to 2023-24 strategic plan. There is an additional $2 million of other new projects scheduled to begin next fiscal year, and the remaining total is made up of new projects proposed to begin in years thereafter or other projects that are being carried forward from the prior CIP. During the CIP budgeting process each year, an analysis is completed of the upcoming development that we're expecting in the city. This step is important to do annually as the development activity in the city determines various revenue assumptions as well as the future service level requirements. These various assumptions are utilized in the preparation of not only the CIP, but the 10-year general fund fiscal model, and of course, the upcoming 2-year operating budget. On slide 7 here is the current 5-year development activity projection. Staff completes a thorough review of all of the city's planned developments and estimates how many permits are likely to be issued on an annual basis. Once the analysis is completed, a conservative 5-year projection of residential units and non-residential square footage is made. The current projection includes a 5-year total of 600 single-family units and 100 multifamily units. We are also projecting a combined 405,000 square feet of commercial, office, and industrial development. Now, please note that both these residential and non-residential projections are based on current information available at this time, and the projections will be revised annually to account for updated development timelines and any new projects that have been identified. This fiscal year to date, the city has issued 210 new single-family building permits and 358 new multifamily permits. These exceed the conservatively budgeted amounts of 175 single-family and 100 multifamily units. As you know, the city's CIP program is quite successful, and the city is able to complete several projects every year. At this time, I'd like to touch briefly on a few of the program's accomplishments that have happened since last year's workshop. The aquatic complex slide refurbishment project included the resurfacing of water slides and installation of waterproof membrane on the stairs and the platforms of the water slides at the Brentwood Family Aquatic Complex. The refurbishment of the slides at the complex ensures the safety standards are met and also that the facility remains an attractive site for visitors. The next project is one that has been recently completed, and that is the Blue Goose Park playground replacement. This project replaced the previous play equipment with exciting new play structures for children ages 2 through 12. In addition, grant funding was obtained to supplement this project, which allowed for additional unique and inclusive play elements to be added, ultimately helping to better serve the needs of children with all abilities within our community. And as you can see here on slide 10, we have a few pictures of some of the completed structures. Next, over the past year, the city was able to return to completing its annual pavement management program, or PMP. This project is very important in helping maintain the excellent quality of the city's roadways. The 2021 PMP resurfaced with slurry seal approximately 2.6 million square feet of the city's streets. Additionally, this PMP performed grind and overlay of certain other roadways and trails, and it included a component for sidewalk repairs that removed tripping hazards at various locations throughout the city. One project that is currently in its final stages of completion is the citywide non-potable water distribution system. This project consists of the expansion of the reclaimed or non-potable water distribution system throughout the city through the installation of new main pipelines and the conversion of landscape irrigation meters from potable to non-potable water. By this conversion to non-potable water, the city can reduce the cost of landscape irrigation, decrease dependence on the potable water supply, and reduce the discharge of chloride-containing recycled water into Marsh Creek. Now, this project is slated for completion by the end of this fiscal year. Lastly, another project that is in its final stages of completion is the water emergency backup generators. This project provides for permanent emergency backup generators and automatic transfer switches at 6 city facilities. In the event of a power outage, these new generators will automatically turn on and maintain power to critical infrastructure in order to provide water and wastewater services to the residents. Now, at this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to Jigger Shaw, Engineering Manager, who will be discussing highlights of various certain other current and upcoming projects, as well as Strategic Initiative CIP projects.
Good evening. Can you hear me clearly? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Member. Today, I'm happy to present to you the current and the upcoming projects, as well as the strategic initiative projects for our capital improvement program. I'm going to start out with presenting the current and the upcoming projects. Under that, we have distributed these projects into 3 different categories. We broke it down into roadway improvements, water improvements, and wastewater improvements. First, starting with the roadway improvement project, I wanted to talk about the Lone Tree Way roadway projects. Our existing Lone Tree Way is a 2-lane road starting from O'Hare Avenue up to Tilton Road. Additionally, Brentwood Unified School District is proposing an elementary school on Smith Road. And because of that, that will add additional traffic congestion to an already impaired road condition. This Lone Tree Way project will improve and expand to up to a 4-lane road. It will also include improving Smith Road and an O'Hare Avenue. O'Hare Lane. This project will also include installing a new traffic signal at the intersection of Smith and Lone Tree Way. This project also includes acquiring some of the additional right-of-way from private properties located on Lone Tree Way as well as on O'Hare Lane. Currently, we have issued a request for proposal for design and environmental services for this project. We reviewed several proposals, and we have selected a design and an environmental firm to do this project. Tonight, we are including the design firm and an environmental firm under consent agenda for your review and approval. The total project cost is approximately $16 million. The next project that we wanted to discuss is called the Innovation Center at Brentwood, formerly known as PA1. This project will extend the Jeffrey Way from Amber Lane up to Empire Avenue. It will also include installing some of the underground utilities such as water, sewer, and recycled water, starting from Empire Avenue, crossing Highway 4, and serving the properties to the west of Highway 4. This project is very critical for some of the upcoming developments occurring in the Innovation Center. Currently, we have prepared some legal easement documents for right-of-way acquisition from private properties. We are currently evaluating and appraising some of the value for these easements with our consultant, and currently we are in almost a 95% design completion. Once these easements are acquired, likely this year, the construction may begin in 2023. The total project cost is approximately $12 million. Our ongoing pavement management program is a preventive maintenance program where we use either grind and overlay or slurry seal or an overlay methods to improve some of the existing city's older conditioned roads in order to lengthen their lifespan as well as improve the quality of life in Brentwood. These ongoing maintenance type programs will certainly be less expensive than either replacing an entire roadway or rebuilding the roadway. Next slide. Now moving on to our water improvement projects, I wanted to start out talking about the water treatment plant expansion project. As you know, city receives its water from various different sources such as groundwater wells as well as water treatment plants. We have 5 active groundwater wells which can provide up to 5 million gallons a day of water. We also have an ability to purchase up to 6 million gallons a day of water from Randall Bold Water Treatment Plant. And additionally, we also have our own water treatment plant that can provide up to 16.5 million gallons a day of water. Just recently, we have prepared a project for a water supply study with CDM Smith. CDM will be evaluating various different water sources, such as a delta water from rock slough, condition of groundwater wells, ability to purchase additional water from a Randall Bowl water treatment plant, looking at the raw water supply from Lake Vaqueros Reservoir, and finally, an ability to expand our existing water treatment plant to its ultimate capacity of 30 million gallons a day. This project if this study will conclude that a water treatment plant is necessary, then it will be a multi-year project and it will cost up to $100 million. Our next project under the water improvement is called the Pump Station 2.4. This is solely a development driven project. It will also take the water from pressure zone 1 and deliver into pressure zone 2, especially in the Innovation Center. This project consists of constructing a new pump station building that will house up to 3 pumps, that will house 3 1,500 gallons per minute pumps, and it will have an ability to expand to a 4th pump if it's needed. This project is currently, the total cost for this project is approximately $3.2 million. The last project in our water improvement that we want to discuss is called Pearson Drive, Foothill Drive Water Improvement Project. This project will construct and improve some of the connectivity within the pressure zone 2, and it will also remove some of the volume deficiency as it was noted in our approved water master plan. This project will construct about 700 lineal feet of 16-inch diameter water main on a future Foothill Drive, starting from a Pearson Drive intersection up to John Muir Parkway intersection. This project also requires a right-of-way acquisition from private properties, and the total project cost is approximately $1 million. Under our wastewater improvement projects, I wanted to touch on our ongoing and current wastewater treatment plant expansion project. This project will take the existing treatment capacity of 5 million gallons a day and expand up to 6.4 million gallons a day. This project will construct new aeration basin, retrofit an existing aeration basin. It will also construct a secondary clarifier. It will also improve some of the electrical distribution system, as well as it will add any supportive services that's needed for the project. The project is solely funded by the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which is managed by Water Board. Under this funding mechanism, since we are improving the treatment capacity and treatment quality of our existing treatment plant, we are well qualified for a loan forgiveness program in an amount of $3.6 million. Currently, this project is 50% complete. It is, as of now, on schedule and on budget. Next slide. Now we wanted to talk about the strategic initiative projects that were driven by the council members. The first project under this category we wanted to talk about is the Sand Creek Sports Complex. It is located at the intersection of Fairview and Sand Creek Road. It resides over 3 different properties, 2 which are owned by the city, and the 3rd property is owned by Contra Costa County Flood Control District. This project will construct multi-use sports fields. It will also add community park amenities, such as a playground structure, a parking lot, and some additional courts. This project will also add a multi-use sports facility on Contra Costa County Flood Control District on their detention basin. The detention basin will act as a storage pond during the winter months, and in the summer month, it will be used as a multi-use sports fields. This project is budgeted to be about $15 million. Our next project, the Brentwood Boulevard Widening North Phase 1, is also known as Improved Brentwood Boulevard Corridor on our CIP binders. as mentioned earlier, our reduced budget for this project is $3.5 million. Now, the reduced scope for this project is going to be undergrounding some of the overhead utilities just south of Nancy Street, as well as undergrounding some of the utilities on the old Los Mexicanos Market property. And if the funding is available, then we would like to widen the existing Brentwood Boulevard from 2 to 4 lane, starting from north of Marsh Creek up to Sunset Street. Next slide. On our sound wall project, which is a council-driven project and includes raising the wall height along the Balfour Road off-ramp near Carrara Street. Please note that city have conducted the noise study along Highway 4, and we have found that the noise levels are within the city's conditionally acceptable level. This project will consist of raising the existing sound wall by 3 feet for the length of approximately 200 lineal feet, located at the north corner of Cortona Park project up to Carrara Street. Our on-site investigation found that the depth of the foundation of this existing 200 lineal feet of the wall is not deep enough. Thus, it cannot handle the structural load of just adding additional footage to this existing wall. Our structural engineer also recommended that we should remove and replace in the foundation and the wall in its entirety for this 200 feet of stretch, and replace with a much deeper foundation and a taller wall. By raising approximately 3 feet of the wall will only reduce the noise level by 3 decibels. The total project cost for this project is approximately $600,000. Next slide. Our parking garage safety improvement project, as a lot of city employees and city police department have received numerous complaints for various different activities that is occurring during and after hours within the parking structure. So to address the public safety and improve or reduce some of the property damage any further, we looked into several different options. The first option that we looked at is constructing a slide gate right at the beginning of second floor with a pedestrian gate. It will also include fencing off the second floor stairs and the entrance stairs. This option will keep the ground floor and the parking up to the electric vehicle charging station open to the public. So it will be like a partial enclosure project or option. The second option will include installing roll-up gates right at the entrance of the parking structure. It will also include fencing off any window openings at level 1 and level 2s. It will also include fencing off the stairs at second level, a lower level, ground level, and at the entrance level. It will also include a pedestrian gates. Both of these options will include an ability to install a mobile app on your phone. So as you approach to any of these gates, as option 1 being slide gate and option 2 being roll-up gates, it will open and close those gates. We will also install a keypad and a fob mechanism at each pedestrian gates and to our elevator and at these slide or roll-up gates for access. Now, in the event of a weekend function, IS will issue a temporary code to use, which will expire after a certain time at the end of the event in order to access either an elevator or a parking structure or any stairs. The approximate project cost for these option 1 and option 2 is $450,000. Wish it was $450, but $450,000 for option 1 and $700,000 for option 2. We also looked at option number 3, where we would have to hire an employee to monitor the parking structure for 24/7. We also considered hiring a security company who can monitor the parking structure. We also looked at an option of raising the wall on the 4th level. Now, by doing that, it will add additional dead load on the existing parking structure wall and its foundation. It will also add some of the wind load that will affect the integrity of the parking structure wall and its foundation. So it's detrimental to the existing parking garage as it is built for now. Thus, we don't recommend this option. The option 3, the cost estimation for option 3 as coordinating with the PD is approximately $250,000 per year. Next slide, please. One of the last project that I want to talk about under the strategic initiative is called the Sand Creek Road Extension. Now, this project will connect the existing Sand Creek Road from Highway 4, west of Highway 4, up to the city limits. This will provide an additional path of travel for any upcoming developments such as Costco or Innovation Center. Just recently, we are in the process of designing this project. We are doing a phase 1 where we will be constructing 2 lanes starting from west of Highway 4 up to Hydron Ranch Road. If in the future the Bridal Gate development gets approved, then the city staff will closely work with them in order to add 2 additional lanes to make it a 4-lane road. Currently, this project will cost up to $14.5 million for the phase 1, the 2-lane expansion. And the construction of this project is likely to start in 2023. With that, I would like to turn it to Bruce, who will touch on the Parks project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jigger. Can everyone hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I have just a few slides here on Parks and Recreation projects, as Parks and Rec has a lot of things going on right now. So just a few things to review. So Parks and Recreation has several projects that are in the works. Some of these are new, but others are in process. And to provide context with the upcoming strategic initiatives, it is important to see the full picture of the projects that staff are working on. As Sonia reviewed, 2 of these projects will need additional funding to complete. So it is also important to have before you any funding constraints for projects that are funded out of the same areas as new CIP projects. So I'll review those as well. So one of the projects that we are working to complete is our public art spaces. The artists of these projects have been considerably impacted by the pandemic, and this has slowed the process. But these projects are now nearing the installation phase. Currently, the Fields of Time piece located on Brentwood Boulevard in front of the police station is scheduled for installation this summer. And the Radiant Convergent piece located on Sand Creek Road near the streets of Brentwood is scheduled for installation later this year as well. Staff is also working on the citywide trail enhancements. This project will add signage and exercise equipment along certain areas of the trail system for some trail improvements. Another carryover strategic initiative is the Creekside Pickleball Project. The project is currently in the design phase and will add 4 courts near the existing tennis courts at Creekside Park. And then the Sunset Park Playground Replacement Project is also moving forward. This playground design was approved by the Parks and Recreation Commission on March 24, and is planned for the April 26th meeting to the council for award of the contract. Next slide. The Creekside Park and Garin Park restrooms is another project that was reviewed by the City Council and brought back to the Park and Recreation Commission for further review. This project is coming back to the council on April 26th for approval. The new design has stucco walls and improvements to the facade with stone features similar to the restrooms at Balfour Guthrie. But it should be noted that the project cost for the restrooms has increased, and it is expected that this will cost an additional $87,000 to the general fund to complete. Next slide. Then finally, the last project to highlight is the Deer Ridge frontage landscaping improvements. Bids for this project came in much higher than anticipated, than compared to the engineer's estimate had provided. Unfortunately, this increased cost of $314,000 must also be absorbed by the city. The engineer's estimate that defines this project specifications and cost estimates was done in the summer of last year by BKF engineers. And it should be noted that the project at that time was value engineered, and there was an effort taking place when we were looking at the project's scope to keep the cost down as much as possible. So 5 bids were received, and they ranged from $950,000 to over $1.5 million. The bid climate right now is very challenging due to increase in inflation, supply chain challenges, high fuel cost, and overall construction cost. It's very difficult to predict the cost in this current environment, and this has been reflected in these bids. This project will be coming to the council on April 26th to consider awarding the contract to move this forward. We are providing this information as the cost of these 2 projects should be taken into consideration when considering the context of the strategic initiatives. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will pass it back over to Sonia to provide a summary.
Thank you, Bruce and Jigger. In wrapping up staff's presentation, as part of your deliberations tonight, staff is seeking direction on the various general fund funded projects shown on this final slide here. In addition, staff from all departments are available to answer any questions you may have relating to the CIP. Staff will then incorporate your direction tonight into the final CIP document coming back for your consideration of approval in next month in May. With that, I would like to turn the workshop over to the council for their discussion and direction.
Thank you, Sonia and staff. At this time, we're going to have clarifying questions of staff. And so Councilmember Rarey.
If you can go back through the parking garage, was there 3 different options? And I mean, it would have been nice to kind of see them in the PowerPoint because you talked about it. I'm not quite sure what they were and how they'll work. And I mean, the general public's going to use an app to get in, and it seems pretty complicated.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. I'll take a first stab at this question. The 3 options that we proposed, so the first is we call a slide gate option right at the 2nd floor. It's a partial enclosure option, and that option will certainly have a mechanism to enter by the public or by the city staff. The second option is a roll-up gate, which is
okay. And how much was that one?
Right. So the first option is $450,000 approximately.
Okay. And what about that space going upwards where kids can just jump up, bypass that gate and go up the side of it? where there's open space. I mean, I can easily see kids climbing to that second level, even though the gate's there.
Right. If I know right, me being 5 months here, so still learning my ways. But if I take a stab, I believe those two openings will remain open, and we will be adding the fencing right at the second stairs or the third level stairs. So those opening will be remain available to the students.
I'm talking about the where cars drive up, and then the cars park, and then but there's a kind of an opening there that kids can easily even climb on the top of the hood of another car just to jump up into that space.
Right. Sorry. So this option definitely is a partial closure. So the fencing will start at the beginning of the second floor, and rest of the parking structure will remain open. So that means the ground elevation where the stairs do go under the ground elevation, those stairs, the second stair, those window openings that I was in the impression that you were referring to, as well as
there's that too.
Yeah, so that going into the parking up to that EV parking charging area will be all remain open with this option number one.
And I know that I've come to City Hall and there's been something happening at the community center, and I haven't been able to find parking on any level, and actually I've had to go all the way to the top. What happens when one of our senior citizens comes, and I mean, if the parking's filled, they just use that app? And we know our senior citizens aren't as savvy with apps as, and I shouldn't say all senior citizens because I'm a senior citizen, but not all senior citizens are savvy with apps. I know my mom, I mean, there's no way she would even use an app.
Absolutely. I mean, we all are. I'm going to be a senior citizen soon. Who knows? But I think with the mechanism of a code, ability to enter a code or use a fob mainly for the city employees, but an ability to enter a code, an IS can provide that temporary code, so a handicapped individual can go to the elevator, access the elevator, and go up and down using that code.
And how do they find parking is my concern, is the
right.
The downstairs and that first level are full, and now they need to find parking, and how do they
access that?
The other part of the garage.
Right, so they will access through this keypad mechanism, which will be right in front of the gate. So in the roll-up gate condition, option number 2, which is a full enclosure of the parking, there will be a bollards covered right in front of this keypad mechanism, and then any individual will come close to it, just like an HOA, a facility where a private residential will have a way to enter a code to get into that parking.
And how do they get that code?
So IS, our
so they're supposed to call IS from their car. I'm just about any of our residents, trying to get into this parking structure to park, which is a public parking structure, which is now shut off to our residents, and they have to make a phone call to our IS department, hope that somebody's there answering the phone to then get a code to go up to the top levels.
Right. During the office hours, so 8 to 5, they can certainly call the IS office. We will have a contact number right on that code mechanism for them to call. Now, during the weekend events, IS will provide that temporary code, so they won't have to call.
They'll provide it where?
They will provide to that event organizer And then if there is a community event, I don't know enough of the events that occurs here, but those event organizers will have that code and they will be able to access that entire parking structure at that time.
And that code will leave the parking structure open then?
For them. So whoever knows that code, they can go in and out of that parking structure.
But I mean, the general public comes in and how are they supposed to know to contact this person to get into the parking structure? It's anyway. And
well, certainly, that's a great question. That's a great question. We are still exploring various different options. I'm writing down your question definitely, and we will be including that into a design. This is very planning stage.
Okay.
Nikki, would you like to add?
So that was the first option. What's the next option? Oh,
yeah.
Nikki, do you have an answer for me?
Yes, I do. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Allow me to step in here. So the high level, the way to think about this is rather than how can the general public, and the concept is how are we going to restrict the upper floors from people during off hours? So conceptually, the idea is that we would actually leave the parking garage open whenever there's a high demand for the public to use that parking garage. It could be during the work days, it could be during weekends, it could be during weekday evenings when there are events at the community center. But the purpose is really to restrict access during off hours, if that makes more sense. So the people that need to have parking in the upper floors during off hours can access those areas with a fob or a transponder if they're working late or whatever. But the concept is to still allow the public in general to use the entire parking structure, especially during normal business hours, but to really restrict it during the off hours. And those off hours are the times where we have a lot of the problems and issues in the structure. I hope that clarifies and makes sense.
It makes more sense than having the thing closed off during the day to the public. So anyway, the next option was.
Yeah, so the next option we call a full enclosure of the entire parking garage. And we are labeling that for now as a roll-up gate option. So there will be roll-up gates right in the entrance of the parking garage. And we will be having a similar mechanism as option 1 for the entire structure. So that would be an access code, a fob, or a transponder or an app for all of those structures that we're going to have, such as the elevator, the gates, pedestrian gates, and the roll-up gates for parking.
And how much is that one?
So we know the pricing are climbing constantly day by day. When we looked at this back in December, it was about $700,000 for that option. But likely as of now, I believe it would be slightly higher. We don't know that number at this point, but we'll definitely be looking into that.
And option 1 and option 2 both enclose the first and second floor around it so that nobody can climb over that, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
And the third option?
So third option is to hire a security guard.
Security.
Right, or a security company, either way. But the security guard will provide more control for the city, but at the same time manage the employees as well.
And what's the estimate annual on that?
So the security company currently, our PD is using them on a temporary or an on-call basis. So we got a cost estimation from them is about $250,000 per year. So it's an annual cost.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Couple of questions. Which does the police department have a recommendation on any of the three?
At this point, no, they don't. But what they would like to do is go by option one, is what they would like to prefer. Engineering also prefers that as
Okay.
giving an ability to reduce on the cost as well as provide the valuable security within the structure.
Hello, Chief.
Hey, guys. Hey, really, I want to go back really quick to Councilmember Rarey. Our public will not call in and try to track down a code. I've talked to Bruce about this in the past, and when there's things going on at the community center, they will get invites to their email or text or through that with a code on there. Other cities do it, and that would be how that would go. As far as what we would like to see here is, stopping all the behavior on after hours, like Mickey said, of cars going up there. I mean, we hear it when you guys are in chambers every Tuesday night, and on the weekends it's worse. I think when we first started this, Councilmember Meyer was concerned about some of the safety issues from the parking garage to the school next door to that. We have since that incident with the gun. We've have more patrols, and I know Captain Herbert has been doing some work on gathering statistics for you and whatnot. So I think there's two issues. We have the safety issue over with the school, and we have to deter some of these folks from using the parking garage as a hangout and to go up there and drive recklessly and cause problem up there. I know our city attorneys have a view out their window, and I think Damien could write a book on some of the things he said there. So I think we definitely need to do something. I don't know if I'm in for that security guard being there 24 hours, a little cost prohibitive, but I think there is ways that we can all work together and come up with those two issues, which I see the problem.
Yeah, because it's $450 one-time shop versus $250 year over year. So. Okay, thank you. I was wondering what the police department preferred. When it comes to accessibility, I'm thinking about the elevator. So like Councilman Rarey said, if I am in a wheelchair and I get on an elevator, would you then program the elevator so I can't go up? I can only go down if I don't have a code? Are you going to put that same fob or keypad in the elevator as well?
That's correct. Yeah, so that's a good question. So elevator will be accessible from the ground floor to anyone. But as soon as they enter in, they need to have that code in order to go up to level either 2, 3, or 4.
Okay. So if I'm just a regular resident and I park, I think I park on 2, don't I? Like when I drive in, isn't that 2? Or is that 1?
So
I guess we just need to be clear about, I'm just trying to think about how do we're clear as anyone who has accessibility issues knows where to get off. And then I guess my other thing is I understand, I'm not sure if I'm misrepresenting your question, Councilman Rarey, but I think number of spaces might be an issue even during the day. So maybe, and I'm not sure how employees are going to feel about this, but I know working in retail, employees had to park in a certain area. So we all have our fobs, right? So we all have our fobs. We can park up. The gate should be able to open to all of us. So maybe leaving those spaces open for non-employees only, and employees have to park beyond the gate. Is that something that was talked about at all?
He mentioned that the gates would only be closed after hours.
Yeah, but I mean, when there's, okay, so then I guess it's not an issue. Okay, so that's all I had for that. My other question is when it comes to the Creekside bathrooms, the 87,000, is that for 2 bathrooms or 1 bathroom?
That is the additional cost for both restrooms.
Both.
The
Okay.
additional cost to the general fund.
Okay, why would it come out of the general fund and not out of the park development fees?
There actually is a proportionate share that the development fee picks up. The actual additional cost, I think, is $127,000.
Okay.
But there's a piece of that that's picked up by the development fee, and the other part is the general fund portion, and that is what's highlighted here because it's the cost.
Accounting practices. Okay, that was my only
And
question.
these are going into established parks too, so it's I mean, it's not like it's a brand new park that a developer is having to build.
Yeah. Okay. Those were the only questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Sorry. Going back to Councilmember Mendoza's question about accessibility. And she was talking about having staff park in separate areas. And also Councilmember Rarey's about that. Can we designate more spaces that are, I mean, not necessarily like handicapped, but more accessibility specific spaces that are close to the easiest access points?
I believe we can do that. Yes, we can certainly provide additional handicap spacing. And at this point, I think they are at the ground floor elevations. So we can add more to as we enter into the parking garage going up, so we can add those.
So if someone doesn't necessarily have a handicapped placard, whatever it's called, is there another way of doing that? Like a sign that says, please, like they do for pregnant women at outside of Toys R Us or something? Can we put a sign there that says, please save these spaces for people with accessibility challenges, even if they don't necessarily have a handicapped placard? Is that feasible?
I would defer that question to someone who can answer, maybe Captain Herbert or Mickey, if they're available.
Good evening. Maybe I'll take a stab at this. We have a sign making shop that can pretty much make any sign you want. Whether or not it can be enforced is a different question. So we can certainly make signs that say, you know, reserve this spot for pregnant women, but I don't know how we can legally enforce that.
So it would kind of be a matter of relying on people's manners, really, or shaming for that matter. Okay, that was one question. Another one is for the chief or Captain Herbert or whoever from PD. Am I correct in understanding a lot of these issues that we're having are happening during school hours from students that have alternate schedules?
Yes, through Mayor Bryant. Yes, ma'am, you're right. But we do have issues mostly at the top floor of that parking garage. It's a great view to Mount Diablo, and it is a place where people like to go up and show their cars off and do other things, drink. We have a lot of alcohol violations up at the top of the parking garage. But during the day, it mostly is high school students there, and on the weekend, we get a variety of crimes and issues that we cite people for up there.
So then if we're talking about only closing the gate, if you will, after hours, that won't stop the student behavior, right?
Correct. It will stop the reckless driving, which we experience up there. It'll stop some of the criminal behavior and whatnot. And what this will do is if we go with option 2, where we do have the gate there that restricts access to the top floors, we can also then enforce our trespass laws with the proper signage and the proper closure. So that gives us some teeth on that. And really right now, we want to make this not a desired area to go and hang out and cause trouble. There's a lot of idle time in and around that area that just leads to a lot of drug use, alcohol use, fighting. We've had, folks attempt to jump off there, climb up, do some reckless behavior up there. Again, I would say that the attorneys who look out there see it on a daily basis, so it would stop that behavior. But
if it's during school hours, like La Paloma gets out at 12:30, right? But it wouldn't be closed off at that point.
Yeah, and I would say that it's gonna take a combination of steps to deter people from wanting to go there, and enforcement and police presence. We're never gonna get away from the police presence, but
right.
We are working with the schools and with their security to try to get some of that day activity under control. But there's other steps and measures that we need to do. This is a huge one though, to really get this away from being an attraction to those folks.
Okay, thank you. The other question is about the codes and the need to actually dial a phone number when someone drives up to the gate. Aren't there keypads where you can just hit a number and it automatically dials for you to ring someone's extension? You don't actually have to dial. So if someone doesn't have a phone or isn't comfortable with that, they could just push a button?
Very good point. Yes, I believe we will have that functionality incorporated in that too.
We have that at the police department right now. We can push a button,
Right,
it
that's
goes right in.
Yeah.
We can open it. So I know that to be a fact.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking if someone forgot their phone or as Councilman Rarey mentioned, maybe doesn't have a smartphone, cell phone with them, whatever. Okay. In looking at, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep going real quick, the Brentwood Boulevard widening, is there any plan to include sidewalks for some of the areas that don't have them?
It all depends on our available funding. So right now we are constrained with that $3.5 million. So with that, the first priority is to undergrounding some of the overhead utilities just south of Nancy Street, and then also underground some of the existing utilities on that old Los Mexicanos market property. And if the funding is available, certainly, yeah, we would like to do curb gutter sidewalk, full 4-lane expansion off that Brentwood Boulevard, definitely.
Do we have any information about how frequently those areas are used for pedestrians to walk? I mean, I've seen a gentleman in a wheelchair along the road there that doesn't have a sidewalk to be on. I'm just curious if we have students along that area or any kind of records of safety issues that we're aware of.
I would defer to Mickey on that.
Yeah, I don't have any data related to pedestrian traffic along that section of Brentwood Boulevard, but that's something we can look into.
Okay. And then let's see, the sound wall. I still have questions about that were left over from when we did an ad hoc meeting, and I'm not sure if this is the right time or place to ask some of those questions. Or are we having a separate discussion around that, or anyone?
Mickey?
I think this would be an ideal time to ask those questions since we have staff here.
Thank you. So in the ad hoc committee, I was asking if we could get some information from other cities facing similar issues, because there was comments about sound wall issues throughout the state and about homes being developed close enough to those freeways that sound is a huge issue. And so at the time I asked if we could get some, reach out to other cities and see what they were trying to do to mitigate these issues.
Good evening. So this is Mickey. I actually spoke to a representative over at California Transportation Commission, and they our concerns about noise are repeated with every city that has an interstate running through it, and their hands are really limited based on what Caltrans can do. So Caltrans, they only require mitigation up to a certain sound level, and anything beyond that, there's really not a whole lot of success that cities can require of Caltrans to either raise walls or do other mitigation measures, if that makes sense.
It does, and it's unfortunate, of course, but I know we discussed the reduction of speed in that area as a potential mitigation, and it didn't sound like that was hugely feasible, but I'm wondering if you can explain why. Is that something that residents could advocate for example?
Right. So there are several ideas that have come up at various council meetings and workshops related to sound, how to mitigate sound. Reducing speed is one of those ideas. We looked at several different ideas. Caltrans has turned us down on almost all of them, whether they're the solar-powered radar signs or the latest requests I've have into Caltrans to see when they improve that section of roadway, if they can actually stripe that lane narrower to 11 feet. Again, I doubt they'll say yes to that. The biggest success we've had is working with Caltrans on ensuring that they have, similar to what we're doing right now, we've got a 5-year CIP. Caltrans also have a similar process where they have to present to the state their proposed projects in the next 4 to 5 years. And they do have a project to resurface State Route 4 from 160 all the way south through town. They did confirm that they're going to be using rubberized hot mix asphalt, which is the most sound attenuating type of asphalt they've got. So we think that's going to be a big help for reducing sound, at least in the short 5-year term. In the longer term, we do know we've got this Tri-Link 239 project south of Brentwood. We know that's going to add a lot of traffic in addition to goods movement and economic development in Brentwood. And we're really in the driver's seat on that. I've already provided a comment to Caltrans to make sure that as part of the CEQA analysis for the Tri-Link project, they have to mitigate their sound impacts in Brentwood, not exceeding a decibel of 60 instead of 65. But that's more of a longer term project.
Okay, and I think I'll save the rest of any comments for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I have one more question for the chief, going back to Councilmember Meyer's question and my question about the gates being open and closed. So given the conversation you just had, would you recommend that the gate be closed during the day to deter the kids from going up, and maybe put employee parking up there to leave it open? Or what do you think would make it better for your team?
Yeah, I think I'd like to sit down and talk to our city manager and Mickey and really figure that out. I mean, that would help. I mean, to keep cars from going up during the day and some pedestrian traffic. Again, this is a public parking lot, and I don't want to put any of our citizens out that want to use that during the day. As far as employees go, we can park wherever we're told to park. I mean, that's a parking structure, and if we have to park on the 3rd floor, I don't think anyone would have any grief with that. But I think working with Parks and Rec on when we get back to having events at the community center, working with them, maybe we can stagger them sometimes, or because you're right. I mean, if the kids are up there causing problems during the day, this doesn't fix that problem. So if we're going to spend all that money, we want to get the most bang for our buck. I totally see that. And again, if I had it my way, I would close it off, have a security guard there 24 hours a day and do all this, but I know that's not reasonable. So
Okay.
I think that's a big part. I think that plan number 2 is a good one, because I am concerned of the activity that happens there at night. And we can avoid some of that, but we definitely still do have a issue with that being so close to a high school and the kids coming around there naturally. It's a nice place to go, a beautiful park to hang out at, and we don't want people that want to use it. We don't want to, take away from the people that want to use it and enjoy it. That's for sure.
That's why I was like, would that leave enough parking spaces on average to what the traffic that you see that's non-employee during the day? That's where my mind was going. I just don't know if that's enough spaces, But okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to go back to what Councilmember Myers had mentioned in regards to Brentwood Boulevard. I know that I actually talked to Mickey a little bit about this. Is there a way to use the money, I guess the 3.5 million, instead of using it for the poles and the utilities, could we use that for the finishing the sidewalks and things like that? Because I think, like Councilmember Myers mentioned, I've seen many times people with wheelchairs. Many people do walk through there because there's not a grocery store or anything out in that area. So people that live in that area at times do walk through there, and I think it's a really big safety issue. I never have heard anybody complain about the poles being there and electrical being underground. Obviously, that might be a great idea in the future, but I think that when it comes to the safety, but also the people that are walking through that area, would be more important, So I'm just wondering, could we move the 3.5 million to be able to work on the sidewalks and completing those on both sides of the road? I think it's from Sunset, if I'm correct, from Sunset to Long Tree Way.
Yeah, this is Mickey. I'll take a stab at that. Yes, so the $3.5 million are from development impact fees, which includes roadway widening and includes sidewalks. Unfortunately, a lot in this, if you look at the ARCO AMPM construction site, it's a good example that what you'll see a lot of times is that the poles and sidewalks conflict. So if you want to put in sidewalk, you're gonna need to remove or underground those poles and those overhead utilities. So a lot of times, if you want sidewalk, you have to deal with those overhead utilities. That being said, certainly we can take a look at different areas along Brentwood Boulevard to add sidewalk. Usually, if there's a section of roadway that's adjacent to large undeveloped areas, and I'm looking at a map right now, so Brentwood Boulevard between Homecoming and Hanson Lane, that's a huge undeveloped parcel. Usually development pays or constructs frontage improvements, including sidewalk. So to the extent that there are large or relatively large undeveloped parcels, usually what we'll do is wait for development applications to come in and they will build all the frontage improvements. But to your original question, certainly if council gives direction to us to focus or maybe to refocus on using that $3.5 million more towards areas where we can put in sidewalk. You know, maybe there are some areas that don't have poles that conflict or utilities that conflict, areas that don't have a lot of development potential. If that's the direction of council, we can certainly look into that.
And I think, Mickey, I mean, if it's just something that we could look at, right? What would that cost and things like that? I mean, to me, you know, obviously, you know, being in that area a lot, I know the poles would be nice to have them underground, but I think the safety of our residents walking through that busy Brentwood Boulevard is a lot more important, right? All we need is somebody to get hit or somebody to trip and fall. You know, there's so many things that could happen. So I just think for us to at least do our due diligence to see if what would it cost? You know, is it, you know, maybe a certain area where we do put the electrical underground and then do the sidewalk, and maybe we could only do so much because we're doing now two things in one area. I mean, I just think the safety is really crucial. So I think that's important because there's a large residential development that's behind Big B, and a lot of those residents, and also on Hanson Lane and those areas, they do walk to the dollar store, to Dollar General, or now the grocery outlet areas to shop and walk back home with those groceries. So just something to look at. I thought it was I had thought about that as well, and I'm glad that Councilmember Myers brought that up as well. So I don't know. I just think it'd be important in regards to the safety of our residents in those areas.
Right. And so if council is interested in, or maybe having us refocus on that $3.5 million to probably more focus on feasible pedestrian safety improvements along Brentwood Boulevard within the confines of our fee program, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I think that would be great. So I don't know when we do that. I don't know if it's now or later, but I know that that's something that I think would be great.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarey.
I've got a couple questions. Now I got to find them again. So there was a sign identification program, citywide sign identification program for $130,000. Is that still in the capital improvement because I've got it listed as one. And last year we actually removed the funding for that. And anybody answer that?
The project is still in the capital improvement program for the remaining funds that have been unspent. I do have some information that Josh provided, but I don't know if Josh is on the line, if he wants to talk about that project specifically.
He actually took the funds from that last time, so you've now reallocated more funds to it. Because we used that, I think, for the facade and beautification grants last year versus doing the signs. We thought that was more important. And if we've got that $130,000, I would rather put it back to facade and beautification projects again, rather than putting more signs on. This is the third time that this would be the third time on doing wayfinding signs for the city. And I did speak with Mickey, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those signs can be, there's already an O&M on those. So any replacements that are needed should already be covered through the O&M on it. But another 130,000 for signs, I'd rather give it and beautify our city. Okay, so that was one of the things. Let me get back to the next. The downtown public Wi-Fi upgrade of $180,000. We're spending $180,000 so that people can get better signals downtown. Is that correct?
I believe Mike Baria is on the line, might be able to speak to that project.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, that is the goal. So our a little history on the downtown Wi-Fi. We didn't, as a city, have a strong use internally for Wi-Fi. We were most of our computers were hardwired when we put that system in, so there wasn't really a use case for staff to use wireless, and the use case over time has grown. So we have a number of Internet of Things type devices within the city that have been using wireless. And so what we're seeing is a bit of a conflict on how we're utilizing that bandwidth, how much is being reserved for city functionality versus how much is being given to the public for public functionality, and trying to get more granular control over that Wi-Fi. So the components themselves are up for refresh, but we also want to take some time to evaluate that aspect as well. How are we going to build this out so that we've got separation between what we're providing to the public and the city for security reasons, and then also making sure that we have enough bandwidth available so that the public can have more and city, business isn't being impacted, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering why we need it. I understand we need it for the city aspect of it, but even when I've tried to sign on to it in the park, it hasn't worked very well. What's it going to do for the people that are trying to sign in as a guest? I mean, is it really going to improve it much for them, or is this more for the business side?
This is mainly for the public's convenience use. So one of the things, like I mentioned, even for staff finding more and more needs to use Wi-Fi, we've been receiving a lot of requests for things that we haven't anticipated that the public's using the Wi-Fi for, like live streaming while a downtown event is happening. I think we had that request come in a couple times for parades. We've had the capacity limits have been reached, I think, is another problem that we're receiving. So the way that we have it built out now, we didn't anticipate this much usage. And so we run out of what I'll call licenses, so to speak, so that not everybody can get in at the same time. And then we run out of bandwidth as well, because we're sharing that bandwidth for so many different purposes. So there's a number of things we want to look at is, increasing the capacity so that we can get more people connected, increasing the bandwidth by creating that separation and that security, and then improving the technology that's down there. Like I said, it's about 7, 8 years old, I believe, as it is. And so it's due for a refresh. And so we would hope to improve that stability issue that you're seeing. I think we've all seen it. Typically when we see that and we go try to figure out what it is that we're hitting, it's the limit of the capacity of how many devices are connected at one time. So
and how far out is this? Is this just out to City Park? Or are you talking that this will go out to cover the downtown area in general?
Yeah, so this is the around the Civic Center. So looking at the maps, it looks like it's just a little bit closer to Brentwood Boulevard along 2nd and 1st Streets, and then coming over to about Chestnut. So that area of downtown, and then down to the library. So the way we have the system that we currently have, it's not scaling well to accommodate that many people in that many different locations with various load demands. And that's what we want to address with a refresh.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then I think I have one more question. Playground equipment. If I've been out to see Creekside. I saw Creekside Park when that got replaced. I just drove out. I saw Alta. We're going through a period of time where we had themed parks, and now they all seem to kind of be a cookie cutter type of thing that's out there. And I understand that you've gone to like a single supplier of vendors, and what can we do in these park replacements that are out there, playground replacements? What can staff do to go back to more of themed parks rather than cookie cutter?
Good question, Councilmember Rarey. So, yeah, we do go through a purchasing program. So we do have limitations on the playground equipment that we use. However, we can look to make sure that we are providing variety, and so that we're not putting the exact same play equipment in different parks. And we have 84 different playgrounds, so you will see some repetition. But we do, the Parks and Rec Commission really looks at this closely and tries to provide a variety of different kinds of play equipment and different themes as well. You know, for example, Creekside Park has a more, you know, forest and wooded theme. The one we just did at Blue Goose has the farmhouse theme.
The Blue Goose one is more of what I'm looking at, versus a tower with a climbing wall, you know, a walkway to go across, those types of things, which seem to be repetitive in what is being produced in our parks. And I think, and I brought this up before, that this becomes a problem because we are using one specific vendor or two specific vendors rather than looking at a variety of vendors for this.
Sure, I understand your point on that, and we'll continue to try to have as much a variety as we can under the limitations we have of using these the purchasing process that we have to use.
Okay. All right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Almost all of my questions were answered or asked and answered already, so I'm not going to take the time to do that, other than this one, and this is for Mickey. The new product on the slurry seal that we're using, how's that working out?
Which new product?
I understood that there was one that was a little thicker that had been used in the past, or is that not something that was?
Yes, I can go into great detail on slurry seal. Not quite as exciting as biosolids, but the new product is holding out pretty good. So that's called a CAPE seal product. It's kind of a thicker slurry seal. We did a test run at a couple different streets, so we're taking a look at it. You may recall that Antioch did a CAPE seal project that didn't turn out very good, so we're keeping an eye on that as well. So as of right now, fingers are crossed that it's holding up pretty well right now.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Oh no, let me lower my hand. I think it's almost 6:30 and we probably need public comment.
Yeah. Councilmember Rarey, is your hand up on purpose?
Yes, just one more question for Mickey. Mickey, we spoke yesterday and I asked about the sound wall and using plexiglass or the 18 gauge steel to place there so that we're not having to tear down an entire wall. Have you heard back yet?
Yes, we actually did reach out to a structural engineer. So this is in regards to the sound wall project. And the question is there a way to keep that existing sound wall and right next to it add steel I-beams or some other support structure with a wall above the existing wall with plexiglass, steel, or some other product? In a nutshell, our structural engineer said, well, it's possible. It would be a custom design and would most likely not look good, not be a sound attenuating, and probably cost more than just a complete tear down and reconstruct. Okay. But that's just high level. That's based on a conversation over the past 24 hours. So not detailed analysis.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this time, then, we will open public comments, and I will turn it to you, Margaret.
I received one written public comment. A summary is shown on the screen, or will be as soon as I share my screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I see one hand raised, but I believe that's a staff member. I don't see any members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. Who would like to start it off?
Well, I'd like to make a comment regarding that 130 for the signage. And I really like to see, taking that fund again and using it for the facade and beautification rather than for a third time putting wayfinding signs in the downtown area. Until we can actually get, originally the idea was to let the public know where there was open parking spaces in our downtown area, not just signage, but something that would direct them to, the parking lot on the different parking lots on Brentwood Boulevard there, or into the parking garage. And so it helped let them know where there was open spaces. And not so much, signage, wayfinding signs around the city. And again, as I spoke to Mickey, those that are around the city that need to be replaced can through the fund that we already have set aside for that. So that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. And then while I think it's a great idea to do the sidewalks along the Brentwood Boulevard area, I'm hesitant about doing the ones that are between Sunset and Lone Tree, because as we know, there is development that's going to put those sidewalks in there. And I do, as Mickey said, and I had the same concern, that you have to first underwire those lines before you put the sidewalks in. But if we can find areas where we can put sidewalks in where they won't be affected by having to rip them back out again when we go ahead and do underline those power lines. So if we can find areas that we can do it in, great, without having to worry about the power lines. But I'd like to see development pay for the ones further down.
Councilmember Mendoza. Sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, good evening. Would you like me to address the signage question?
Yes, please.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rarey, good evening, council members, Mayor. Thank you for your time, Councilmember Rarey. Very good points. I'd love to talk about signs. So you're right. In the previous strategic plan by the City Council, there was a reallocation of the parking management plan funding to the commercial facade improvement grant program for citywide applicants, which we're currently, as your economic development division, delivering on your behalf. So as staff, we would love to be able to carry forward this project. I agree at the staff level and our division level, the overall intent and purpose of the funding in the previous CIP for this project was to do parking identification and wayfinding. There was a perception among the community, as well as the reality that sometimes our city-owned parking lots are hard to find in the downtown core area. And we'd like to look at opportunities, if with council's approval, to do additional parking wayfinding signs in the downtown to city-owned parking lots and city available parking. In addition, there's some tourism components at the global level. They're possibly occurring. The City Council has approved potentially a UPIC capital documentary as well to boost the farm tourism. So there's a potential spike over the next 2 years of visitors that we haven't seen, as well as the council's considering some major strategic initiatives related to the Sand Creek Sports Park, which we see as a tourism draw that we could possibly use signage money for, as well as potentially some assistance to the John Marsh House, which I believe is being considered tonight. So there's some flexibility if with council direction to be able to bring this back to Land Use and Development Committee for some additional refinements and then full council review and consideration as we go into the next fiscal year.
So are you looking at it more like what Oakley has? I think Oakley's done a wonderful job. You come off of Highway 4 onto Laurel there, and they let you know what's here. You know, downtown's there. Freedom High School is this direction. Those types of things, I think they've done very well in their city. And if that's something that we're looking at doing, that's one thing. But if we're going to put more downtown signs out there, like we already have multiple downtown signs everywhere, I'm not sure that 130,000 is worth that. And I mean, I've been here for a long time, so it's easy for me for those parking areas. But even when I go to another town, I just drive until I find a parking space, you know, regardless of a sign or not. So anyway, I mean, going to lead, sure.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I agree with Councilmember Rarey. I think the signage portion of it, I think we almost need like an itemized list and how much each one is, and then we can go through at LUD and decide which ones we want. Again, I use my phone every time I'm looking for parking. I don't ever look at signs, so I just don't know if we really need them. And when I look at what we did for local businesses with the $100,000 last time, businesses that have never gotten grants before were able to get money, like over on Brentwood Boulevard, Starry Nights. Like, so I just get a lot. I feel like that's a lot more of rewarding for the city versus a parking sign. So, I mean, $130,000 when we do it in-house, that's a whole heck of a lot of signs. So if we could get a list of the signs you're looking for, and then how much they each would be, and then we can decide these add benefit, these don't, then maybe that's something we could review and then bring back to council. The sidewalks, I don't want to waste taxpayer dollars and put in beautiful new sidewalks, then have to tear them out when we're going to underground everything. That is my concern. And it's $3.5 million. If it were like a couple $100,000, that would be something different. But I think for this, there's a few reasons why we have to underground things. Fires is one of the top reasons we have to underground overhead wiring in California, and everyone is doing it in California for that. I mean, we had high winds yesterday, Lord forbid a line go down and then it start a fire, because that's how a lot of fires start. So maybe next year if we could identify areas like, you know, Councilmember Rarey was saying that are not going to have development near them. They're already developed out. Then we can talk about that investment once we get the lines underground, instead of having to pay and then rip them out and then put them back. I'm good with the bathrooms. I think those bathrooms reflect a lot more what our city is like. The Creekside bathrooms, I think that was on your list for us to review. The Creekside bathrooms, I think they look so much better, and I appreciate you guys going back and doing that. I think we need something. The other thing on the list was the parking garage. I like the option where it slides and it closes. I think that in order to have the available spaces, like Councilman Rarey was saying, we're going to need an employee policy for all of us. Like, we don't park down below where the gate doesn't close it off. We park on the other side of the gate so that it leaves every other space open for the public. I just can't think of any other way to make sure that there's enough space. The sound wall, I think we have to, I know some people do not want us to spend the money, and it is not something I would spend happily, the $600,000. But as a city, we made a mistake. We allowed an overpass to be built and a wall to be lower and didn't do the due diligence back then that I think we're doing now. I mean, you've seen us at the last development that was requested of us, and we went in hard on sound. Like, this council is not playing around when it comes to quality of life of our residents. And my understanding is that area was supposed to be commercial. It was never supposed to be residential, and probably because it's so close to the highway, it should have never happened. But someone pushed it through, someone allowed a rezone, and now someone has to fix it. And I would say we have to fix it. And I know I'm going to get a lot of heat over it, but we messed up as a city. We need to make it right. I think those were the big ones that, if I'm not mistaken, Sonia, you guys were asking about. The landscaping improvements, it's something we have to do. We're going to have to eat that. It's just inflation. We see it everywhere, so it's just what's going to have to happen. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. If we're going to, put cement, and obviously if we're going to have to tear it out and put power because there's new development, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I'd like to know at least when are we looking at possibly development going there, and if we are, but also at the same time, I think we need to explore areas. I think like Councilmember Rarey said was that may not have development areas where we could at least accommodate those areas with some sidewalks, right? So I think that having something come back from the city, from Mickey's department, to let us know what areas are not, they're not going to be developed where we could put sidewalks. But at the same time, do we have anything in the near future that's going to be coming? Because I think the longer that we wait, the longer that we're putting our residents in jeopardy, and also ourselves. So I think that, hearing back from Mickey what's out there and what's not, that'd be great. As of right now, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Going on the list, signs versus beautification. Agreed that having an itemized explanation of what signs would be where, I think that's wise. It makes sense. Parking structure, I reached out to one of the teachers at Liberty and got some feedback today. And I do think that if we're going to go with one of the options, which I would concur that option A, recommended by staff and PD, seems like an appropriate one. But I think we really need to look at that daytime thing, because a lot of our issues are happening at that exact time when kids are cutting school or whatever. So we have to take that into consideration. I still like the idea of some sort of designation of signs, especially since we can make them in-house, to ask that people respect those that have accessibility needs there. The sidewalks, absolutely. Once Mickey talked about the having to tear down and to rebuild and that sort of thing, happy to wait on that. I shouldn't say happy, but I do think it's appropriate to look at maybe future strategic planning for something like that, where it's appropriate, where we're not expecting the development to come in. On the Sand Creek Sports Complex, we didn't get into that a lot, but I know there was some discussion about whether we're doing soccer specifically or soccer that can also be used for baseball. And I think I'm fine with that. The bathrooms, I do like the new design, and I would be for using that. Deer Ridge, again, it's very unfortunate that inflation and supply and demand and supply chain are causing these kind of issues for us, but this is something we have to do. And then on the sound wall, I've been part of the ad hoc, and as the rest of council has been, listening to all of these complaints from a variety of residents that are reaching out to us, and it hurts to have to spend that money. we've been trying to explore, as Councilmember Rarey mentioned, another feasibility that she was looking into. It doesn't appear that we've got anything that's feasible for it. If we have to do it, because we did make a mistake on the zoning and in not being more cautious when it comes to why did this dip happen right in there in front of those specific homes. I don't get that myself, but again, I think if we have to do it, we have to do it. And it's unfortunate, but we have seen mistakes that have been made that we've had to fix, not just sound walls, but other mistakes as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mayor. You know, I know that we've mentioned a couple of times that the city has made mistakes in regards to the sound wall. My last meeting that I had with Mickey and with the city is that the city didn't make any mistakes in regards to the sound wall. I mean, Mickey, do you have anything to say about that? I mean, my understanding is that the sound walls were built up to standard at that time, I guess.
Through the mayor, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
So we looked at this whole sound wall issue in depth. And so to bring the public up to speed, this is the Sienna development. When they went through the entitlement process, they proposed an 8-foot uniform wall along their boundary with State Route 4. And the ground is relatively flat as you head south and north, and there's a little bit of a hill. So they assumed an 8-foot wall, but I believe the city conditioned them to make sure they do a more detailed analysis prior to construction. So when they're getting ready for construction, they did an updated sound study, and the updated sound study said, oh, hold on. There's going to be this State Route 4. There's going to be a bypass. They actually knew that the bypass was going to be higher than the residential development. They actually knew that the off-ramp was going to be right up or pretty close to that wall, and they actually looked at a cross-section of that. And that updated sound study actually made recommendations to raise that 8-foot wall, but not uniformly, to raise it in increments depending on the analysis that they did. So the south end of the project, they actually recommended raising it from 8 to 10 and 11 feet. And then it stepped up to 13 and 14 feet. And then at the far north end of the project, actually stepped back down. So the section of the wall that looks like the city messed up or made a mistake, it was actually raised. It just wasn't raised as high as the rest of the wall. So the proposed project is to actually raise that section, the 200 linear foot section that was actually raised from 8 to 10 and 11 feet, and raise that further to 13 feet, if that makes sense. The analysis that was done back during those construction documents were put together actually their analysis actually showed that the decibels were going to be around, I think it was 64-ish to 65. And again, you guys know we just did a sound study last year that showed the decibel to be around that same range. So, and those are all below the 65 conditional threshold that was in both in the general plan as well as the mitigation requirements for that project.
So I guess my question, Mickey, did the city make any mistakes when it comes to the residents and the development of that wall?
I'm not aware of any mistake made by the city.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Rarey.
You know, I understand, you know, that you said at that time, but in looking at the information you sent to us this afternoon, late this afternoon, that the difference between the 9-foot was like 4 to 7 decibels, but then it went from 7 to at the 13 and 14, it was 7 to 11 decibels that it would reduce that amount of sound. So it's just strange that you would, as you got down in the wall, that you would say, oh, well, it's okay if we don't reduce the amount of sound that's going into somebody's house. Sure, let's let some more sound go through there. And then what really concerned me is, and I'm not sure so much that it's the city of Brentwood, other than the fact that we didn't when they did the sound study for the Highway 4 overpass, the Balfour overpass, they did the sound study over at Somerset 2, not Somerset 1. They didn't do it where the roadway actually went the closest to a neighborhood. I mean, it went over, 230 feet from one side of the roadway, over 230 feet to the other side, and then right along. And it is the closest neighborhood throughout the entire area. And I went down, I got my tape measure out, and I actually stopped along Highway 4 at Somerset 2, at Somerset 1, at Apple Hill, even over at Tuscany, and all of them had 12-foot walls. 12-foot walls. But we put what did Mickey say, a 9-foot wall where it's right next to it, where those neighborhoods were back away from the freeway. But we required a 12-foot wall, even though they were a distance away. But this one that's right next to it, and where it'll actually go above the sound wall, and it states right in that thing that it will go above the sound wall. We say, oh no, that's okay. We don't need to build the sound wall high enough. But even if we put up a couple of feet, I would prefer to go up to the 14 feet versus the 13. You're taking the way that sound goes, and it's going up at an angle now, which will probably not hit straight across to those people's windows. It's going to take it up farther above their house. So even if it is, 3 or 4 decibels difference, the wavelength is going to change as well, which is going to make a difference. And that's where I think that we needed to have been more closely watching what the Highway 4 bypass authority did when they did the Balfour Road, why they didn't do a sound study in that area. Because as we know, when Highway 239 comes through and when the Innovation Center comes through, that traffic is going to just get a whole lot worse. So it's going to go well over that 65 once that becomes a thoroughfare for commercial, for our employment center light industrial.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I'll make this really, really brief because I know we have a council meeting in 8 minutes. One, I just wanted to clarify, I was not saying that I think staff made a mistake. I was more saying I think there were things that could have been considered differently by council, potentially. And one of them was the height of the wall, but another one was, why are we rezoning something that should be light industrial and turning it into residential when it's that close to the bypass? So that's the one thing. And the other thing was, Mickey, you mentioned when we were talking about being a little bit more involved in the 239 discussion, that we were asking them, or that we were going to put, that we wanted 60 decibels, not 65. Is that correct?
That is correct. I've already put in a request to Caltrans that when they look at the environmental impacts for the Tri-Link 239 and all the additional traffic, that they mitigate anything above 60 decibels. Now, they haven't responded to me, but that is the request I've made.
Okay, I mentioned that because as Councilmember Mendoza has mentioned, we as a council are very concerned about this sort of thing. Mickey, I absolutely respect the work that you've been putting into this, and I just wanted to call that difference out because now we're saying 65 is okay, but moving forward, we want 60 to be okay. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not criticizing staff on this. Staff is an amazing job at trying to figure out a way to make quality of life better for these residents. I'm trying to point out that sometimes council makes mistakes, and I think that there were some made in the past. Thank
you. Yeah, I want to piggyback on that too. Yes, council made, I think, a big mistake with this development. And I think that if you see us being super critical on new developments when it comes to noise, this and Trilogy are two of the big reasons, because we don't want to see this again. And at the end of the day, it sits at our doorsteps. If we rezone something, we as a council own it, and we need to take responsibility. So, I mean, some of us were not here. I don't know if actually anyone was here, but if we can do something to make it right, I think we should make it right, because someone dropped the ball big time on this one.
Okay, well, since we are quickly running out of time, and I'm sure staff is very clear on all of our conversation, do I have a motion, unless contrarily amended, on these items?
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, but as to include the slide gate option, option number 1 for the garage, and to refer the signage to LUD to review with a possible with possibly moving some of those funds to facade and beautification grants instead.
Second.
So, Mayor, are we making a motion to move forward with all these projects? Is that what we're doing, Mayor?
Yes, we are.
Okay, now what if there's, I mean, if you agree with the majority of them, but one you may not agree with to move forward with at this time, I mean, do we pull that out, or how does that work?
You vote no, and then you make your own motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
how does that work?
Why don't we have our attorney give you the options? I want to make sure that it's the correct information you're getting.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, right now there's a motion on the floor to adopt, actually not adopt, but have staff bring back the draft CIP budget for consideration at your May 24th meeting, and Councilmember Rarey made several changes to that. I believe she indicated that the parking garage project would move forward. I think that was option A from what I recall, or option number 1 that was described. I believe also the signage program is going to go back to LUD for further consideration. I didn't hear anything on the sound wall project, but given what the discussion, I'm assuming that is included in your motion, Councilmember Rarey?
Yes, I'm sorry. The sound wall and the, there was a sound wall, the additional funding for the Deer Ridge landscaping, the additional money for the bathrooms, and I think that was it, correct? Those were the only extra things.
Excuse me, if I could interject, do you also want us to refocus and look into using the $3.5 million for potential pedestrian safety and sidewalk improvements where in areas where there isn't potential for future development, and bring that back to City Council?
Yes.
You know, no, I mean, we've got, how much money is it going to cost us to do the widening of Brentwood Boulevard there at, which will also put in a sidewalk there, won't it? Where the Mexicanos
Yes.
market is?
Ultimately, there will be sidewalk there.
Yeah. And so other than that, there's only other part is past that on Lone Tree, right? I mean, from Sunset to Lone Tree is where the other parts are missing, correct?
Including north of Lone Tree as well.
Yeah, including north of Lone Tree. So, but most of that's commercial out there north of Lone Tree. Right now, I think we'll stick with the widening of the roadway and undergrounding, the undergrounding of wire and widening of the roadway there in preparation to get the bridge done.
So I guess my question, Damien, is what if I don't agree with that in regards to the motion, but I agree with some of the other items that are in there? Because I do think that we should look at other areas. If there is areas, there may not even be one, areas that we could put some type of sidewalks in. So what happens if I don't agree with everything there? I mean, I don't want to.
Sure. I think given that there's a motion on the floor, if your disagreement is stronger than what you agree with, then you'll probably need to vote no on it. absent a different motion where certain items were pulled out and considered separately. But at this point, the motion on the floor is fairly comprehensive. And so I think, Vice Mayor, it's going to be up to you to determine, do you feel more strongly about the items that are in there that you want to support, or do you feel more strongly about those items you disagree with, in which case you'd vote no on the motion?
And so when we vote tonight, is this that we're moving forward with these projects? Or is it going to come back to another date that we're going to discuss each item separately?
Well, the budget itself, this is just giving direction to staff to finalize the capital improvement budget, and I believe it'll be coming back on May 24th for approval. Is that correct, Sonia? Or Carrie?
Yes, that is correct. And just to confirm, this is a plan. However, any cost over $50,000 has to come back again for council's approval. So there is additional opportunity for every project within this book that it will come back to you individually again at a separate council meeting. So please keep that in mind, that this is approving this program. So we will put any direction you provide into the final draft, anything you can give us to change scope or change projects or add projects or whatever, we will try and get into that document that comes back next month. But as I mentioned before, any project can get amended, changed at any time after that point through council's direction with a separate action. And each one of these will come back again, potentially for a contract, let's say approval or additional discussion. However, we do want to get as much guidance at this juncture so that we can get scopes appropriate.
Yeah, I guess my thing in it before is because let's just say there's an item that I'm not really comfortable moving forward with. Obviously, all these projects are over 50,000, so they're going to have to come to council at some point. Is that when we would finalize the moving forward with that specific project at that time, or today? Today is just to help you and guide you guys to let you know that these are things that we're looking at possibly moving forward with. Am I correct on that? I'm sorry if I'm asking too much.
No, I believe Carrie, why don't you jump in there?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. So the budget's going to come back to you for final approval in May. So this is a draft. This draft will be updated to take direction given tonight, include all that direction. So everything that was in that motion would then make its way into the final budget, come back to you in May. You'll have another chance to vote on it at that point. Hopefully, we'll get everything that you're looking for in that final document. And then after that, as Sonia mentioned, you'll start seeing contracts come to you. Do you approve this contract with XYZ vendor to do this work? But at that point, once we've got a project, typically that should be the plan. We don't typically then not move forward with that plan absent something changing at the council level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
And Mr. Mayor, before the vote, if I can just confirm with the person who seconded Councilmember Rarey's or the councilmember who seconded her motion, they concur with the updates, and I'm seeing
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much.
So we have a first and a second, all concurred. And so, Margaret, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, before we do that, Councilmember Mendoza, I see your hand.
Can we have 5 minutes between this and the next meeting, please?
Yes,
Sorry.
certainly can, of course. So we have a first and a second. Roll call vote for adjournment.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We are adjourned, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Before we reconvene, Councilmember Mendoza, did you want to present item A1 under presentations, and do you have the proclamation for that? Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
I think it was on, but I was saying thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Sure, everyone. So at this time, we will reconvene from adjournment. We do have the quorum. And could I get a roll call for the reconvening of and the convening of our council meeting of April 12th, 2022?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rarey?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
Let me just share my screen. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentation, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received one written public comment on this item that was submitted to the city clerk prior to the meeting. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have 3 hands raised. I will start with Ling Sing Chen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think they have to unmute themselves. They look like they're muted. I mean, they're...
Ling Sing Chen, if you'd like to speak, can you unmute your mic?
Hi, this is Ling Sing Chen.
Hi, go ahead.
And I'm not too sure this is relevant to the topic you have right now. I live close by the Bluebird Village development. Is in the application right now, and I'm very concerned and very upset about this rezoning issue in Brentwood, and also the potential problems, issues brought into this by this high density development project. So I'm totally against this rezone issue, and hopefully we can resolve something that everybody can accept. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Antonio Xavier. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And Bluebird, yes. I certainly hope what I suspect is totally, totally false. And what I suspect is that they're going to get their way. You know, when they spoke at the last open session, and what they've said in not closed session, but in private settings, is that they have a lock. Now, I don't know if that lock is from the Planning Commission or from you guys, but they seem awfully confident that this is going to go through. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope somebody here who feels the same that the vast majority of us feel, and that is this project is just ridiculously too dense. The other thing, and this has to do with the future city plan. Well, two things. One, whatever comes out of this, stick with it. Somebody put in there, please, that whatever comes out of this, good, bad, or indifferent, that the future council stick with it, because it's ridiculous to have a plan just to have the council approve rezones. We're already going to add 1,600 and change new developments in the next 10 years. So hopefully whatever comes out of this future plan, the city sticks with it. Lastly, will somebody please tell me, and this is one of those where I hear staff gets back to you. I've never had staff get back to me. So with this one time, please get back to me. And that is, who owns BrentwoodHousingElement.com? Because it's not the city. And I did research, and I can't find anything that says this belongs to fill in the blank. And I'm not one of the conspiracy theorists that are out there talking about something in 2030 and it's a global BS. This is more close to home. It's somebody in the private sector that is running this. I'd like to know who in the private sector is running this. They are putting on the facade that this is city run, but it is not. Thank you again, and look forward to talking to you on the 14th.
The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Antonio Xavier, and I am a resident of Brentwood. I am here to speak about development in general and Bluebird Village in particular. The residents of Brentwood have a simple message: stick to the plan. How many times do the residents of Brentwood have to repeat this message before it is heard? We have consistently expressed our desires regarding every project here in Brentwood. It doesn't matter if you are a developer like Sino trying to build Bridlegate. It doesn't matter if you are St. Anne's Village proposing a school. And it certainly doesn't matter if you are the Episcopal Diocese of California trying to build Bluebird Village. If you want to build here in Brentwood, you need to stick to our general plan. Stop trying to take more than permitted at the expense of us, the Brentwood residents, because we are the ones who ultimately pay the price. We suffer from the reduced services. We suffer from the increase in traffic, and we suffer from the inadequate infrastructure. We still encourage you to build and be part of this amazing community. Just make sure you stick to the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarai Espinoza. Sarai, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Sarai Espinoza. I'm calling on behalf of One Day at a Time and a resident. I'm calling to give you guys feedback on an event that we hosted this weekend in Brentwood Village Drive. It was a beautiful event. but I did want to voice my concern about a couple of things. One of them being this event was going to be canceled due to unfortunate situation and maybe miscommunication with the police department of Brentwood. They contacted us to throw an event that was beautiful for the community, that unfortunately they had to pull away because of the perception of maybe conflict of interest, which I still don't understand. I'm trying to understand. But I am the one that initiated this with, well, not Brentwood Police Department contacted me. I agreed. And I thought this was going to be a beautiful event. We had to pull it together in 3 days because Brentwood Police Department had to pull away. And I wanted to come on here and let you guys know that we're a beautiful nonprofit. I've been part of One Day at a Time for about 8 years. I was a student myself. I currently live in Stockton because I cannot afford to live in Brentwood, but I commute to Brentwood because I love that community and I love what we do for the community. We're totally not a politic place. I'm totally not a politician, as you can tell. But I did want to open up the ground for anybody in the community that might have questions regarding One Day at a Time. We have been around for a long time. And I understand this is maybe new to some people in the community, but I welcome and open the doors for you guys to come and learn about what we do, learn about the events that we throw in the community. If any questions regarding our finances, we're a nonprofit. We're a fiscal sponsor of a nonprofit, Community Initiatives, and I welcome you guys if you have any questions regarding of what we do, how we run things. We have open doors. My email is always open for any concern, and I just wanted it open up to the public and invite you guys as city council members and the community to ask anything, be a part of the community. We serve together. You guys oath to serve this community. Is our mission to serve this community. So if we can join hands and together through events that are helpful and are good for the community, regardless of politics, I welcome that. I welcome conversations and I welcome any questions that maybe we can answer together, any lessons that I can learn as well. Like I said, I'm definitely not in this arena, but I'm welcome to opening and learning what can be done best and better. Because at the end of the day, the people that get affected are the community members. Like this event, it was beautiful to see kids having a good time. And the fact that it wouldn't have happened because of the police department pulling away is really sad to me. So I just want to welcome the floor. I want to welcome anybody to come and get to know us a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will definitely take ODOT on their offer to ask for their financial statements. They're nowhere to be found. And on top of that, their director, our Vice Mayor, Johnny Rodriguez, did not report any income, anything that it's required for on his 700 form as a candidate for a seat in our city council. So definitely I will be in touch with them just to bring more transparency for our Brentwood community. So with that, I would like to ask the council to focus on the consent calendar items that are included coming up on the agenda. For the Lone Tree Improvement CIP project 336-31701, I want to make sure that is strictly related to the school project as opposed to improving roads that are supposed to be improved by future developments such as Bluebird Village. Talking about Bluebird Village, as previous speakers mentioned, please hold and stick to the general plan that we have in place today. No reason, as we very well known and based on the housing element discussions that you've been involved with, once we up zone, we cannot down zone. And this is all in detriment of our existing community today. On top of that, we will be victims of unplanned growth. And those effects are translating in overcrowded schools, unmanageable traffic, strain on emergency and fire services that, as we know today, and our police chief already spoke in several occasions, we are understaffed and cannot take on any more tasks for our police department. Also insufficient local jobs and improper infrastructure. So please keep in mind when this project comes along, do what's best for our community, reject the rezone application and hold the developer responsible and be in line with the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mrs. C. Mrs. C, go ahead. Mrs. C, are you speaking? I will.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
I am so sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. I too would like to echo what you have heard tonight regarding the proposed project at the corner of Lone Tree and O'Hara, the Bluebird Village, which is currently in the planning stages. I have lived in Brentwood for the past 14 years, and I too have great concern about this project. I request that you call your attention to the fact that this area is already zoned for single residential only, and their plan for 150 housing units is not sufficient. Please stick to the general plan for this area. Please do what's best for our community, and please consider the impact it will have on our schools, on traffic. I would like to also echo what Ms. Todor said, and that your consent item be only considered for the school and that it not have anything to do with this project. This greatly concerns me that they may use this upgrade to the area for traffic that will be going to the housing development, which is not what it was is supposed to be planned for. I also ask that you consider the impact on our resources to the emergency services, police and fire, which are already very stretched very thinly. They do a wonderful job, but there is that many units in that small area will have a great impact to an already overburdened forces and departments. So again, please stick to the general plan that already exists. I know that you all care about this community, and I understand the diocese is presenting this, making it sound as if they have this wonderful plan for the community, but I think there are very other options that would be more beneficial if they keep it to what the area was originally planned and zoned for. Stick to it. They can do what they want to do there under the current plan, not changing what it has already been earmarked for. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you. The next speaker is a phone-in caller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to talk on the city contracts with animal services. Is this the correct time?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Lisa Kirk. I represent the Contra Costa Society Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and I know that you're putting the city contracts with animal services on a future agenda. I would just like to inform the city council that in October, Animal Services made a decision not to intake healthy cats and kittens. They did this without any public input, and they did this based on a UC Davis shelter medicine recommendation. Unfortunately, in our county, the Measure X proposal stated there's 450,000 indoor-outdoor cats in Contra Costa County alone. As a nonprofit, we have acted as the safety net for the last almost 3 years since they've been shut down and have reduced services. The city contracts that are being presented in front of you do not address the situation, nor do they address adequate funding for spay and neuters in this county for the approximate 450,000 indoor-outdoor cats. I do what's called trap, neuter, and return, which is a way to curb the cat population in this county, but unfortunately, there's never been adequate spay and neuter facilities. With Contra Costa County not intaking cats for the last almost 3 years, nonprofits who are all volunteer organizations in this area have been overwhelmed and financially have taken the hit. I think this needs to be addressed within the contracted city management association and animal service, that this population needs to be addressed. They'll state that they're not mandated by state law to take in cats or by the present ordinance of Contra Costa County. That could be questioned. But the reality is these communities, which I trap in Bay Point, Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, have a horrific overcat population that nonprofits have been trying to deal with. But with the county animal services making the decision not to intake cats, period, it has overwhelmed us, and we're not going to be able to get a hold of this overpopulation. It's unfortunate there's no state agency that oversees domestic animals nor provides any funding for them. And that's one reason in California we have such a horrific overpopulation problem. Sorry.
The speaker's timer was up. I'm going to move on to Ian Cohen, followed by Rod. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Council. I just want to thank you so much and to our police department for having a police car dedicated to Autism Awareness Month. As an older sibling to someone with autism, my brother suffers from autism to the point where he is somewhat verbal but not fully verbal, and it's a true struggle every single day. And he has been diagnosed when he was 4 years old, and he is now entering his freshman year of high school at Freedom under Life Skills next year. I just want to thank you so much, Council and the police department, for just, I cannot have words to appreciate how much that means to me, my family, and everyone else in Brentwood who understands autism or has a family member with autism. It's truly a wide varying disease, or I don't even want to call it disease, but like disability. And it's just, like I said, like I just want to take this moment to just recognize the police department, like how much I love seeing this police car go around town throughout the month. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod.
Thank you, Margaret. I just wanted to weigh in because I've been hearing a lot about Bluebird and rezoning tonight. I think in the CIP presentation that was in the earlier part of the meeting, we saw a good illustration of why zoning is so important. Planning for a population is important. In that we see the pipeline, the water pipeline that's being planned to come up the eventual foothill extension to get a little bit more water into the Deer Ridge area to address, shortages, pressure problems. It just turns out that there's enough people here that we need a little bit more water. When you start adding density, you begin accumulating more infrastructure debt. And by that, I mean, any time that you build residential housing, you begin to accrue infrastructure debt. You have to pay for roads, sewer, water, all services, police, fire, everything for the people that live there. And usually residential tax base doesn't cover all of that. So we have to be careful. In the case of Bluebird, they're proposing significantly higher density than that area was zoned for. And we cannot compensate by downzoning someplace else. The state has taken that away from us. And even if we could, that particular spot is already built up. There's, you'd have to dig a bunch of stuff up. And it makes no sense when Brentwood has still land that is zoned for high density where they could locate that project. And it shouldn't really be any problem if the Archdiocese wants to support Bluebird for them to work out a land swap or some other accommodation to trade the land that they have to somebody that has land that's sufficient density. Surely a person would have to be crazy not to take that deal. So again, people say so many things, NIMBY, or we don't want them here and all this. And that's really not the case. The case is we have to maintain our zoning. It's so important, and it's important in all of the projects that are coming forward to you. So I hope that you will always stick to the plan and remember what this community has been telling you for the 5 years, at least, that I've been coming here. No rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a speaker hand raised, Mayor, but it is the same speaker that already spoke with the same phone number, the call-in.
Thank you, Margaret. Since we've already heard that speaker tonight in public comments, we're going to go ahead, and if there are no further public comments, additional public comments, at this time we will close public comments and move into presentations. And first,
a couple more hands have been raised, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Well, then we will reopen public comments if there are additional hands that were raised.
I will start with Phil Avila, followed by Susan Wallace. Mr. Avila, go ahead.
Hi, this is actually Laura Avila. So I'm going to speak to the Bluebird project, and in a similar tone as I had when Suncoast was trying to change the general plan to have high density housing in areas that were not zoned that way. And I spoke of setting precedents. And just because the Episcopal Church owns this property since 2002 and has now partnered to some other income-based entity, again, same reasoning, zoning should not be changed. We don't have the infrastructure to support. And if you change your how the plan was and set precedents, it's going to be open to anything and everything. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
That's plenty.
Have a great day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Wallace. Susan, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to say I'd love to see projects like Bluebird built. I'd like to see a little higher density. I'd like to see some affordable stuff that my kids, for example, could afford if they were to come back to Brentwood. It was really hard to hear that lady say that she lives in Stockton because she grew up in Brentwood and can't live here. I don't know what this particular group that comes and comments every single time you guys have a meeting, they don't represent Brentwood. They represent a very aggressive group that really doesn't want any development. Old projects, they complain about. New projects, they complain about. High density, they complain about. Open space taking up. they complain about, and the reasons they use are overcrowded schools. Although many of them have no kids in the schools, I still have kids in the schools. It was just reported in the Contra Costa whatever today that the enrollment is declining. We got the Measure X. The fire department is getting funded. I wish that you would listen to a larger pool of people than just the same people every time saying, you know, it's the plan, it's the plan. Yes, it's a plan, but, you know, life doesn't look like it did 10 years ago or 5 years ago. Be flexible. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yolanda, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Yolanda, go ahead. Yolanda's using an older version of Zoom. It looks like I may need to promote her to a panelist to allow her to speak. And I'll go ahead and move on to Carolina and come back to Yolanda. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. It's nice to see you all. I'm glad I'm next because I'd like to answer the previous caller's frustration. I could be doing other things. I don't need to be calling into City Council. I could be folding laundry. I could be taking my dog for a walk. I could be watching TV. But I make the time to check the agenda and to come to these meetings because I think it's really important for the citizens of Brentwood to be educated on what's going on in their city and also to participate because that's how things get done. So if the other lady would like to hear from a larger pool of people, please go ahead and get more people to call in with their opinions. As it is, it's the same group of people because we care. Number two, the schools are full. And how do I know this? Because I go to different schools and I tutor. I help out teachers. And frequently I'm sitting in the hallway, in the hallway between, let's say, 3rd and 4th grade or 4th or 5th grade. And I'm in the hallway with a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, a language interventionist. Those people should not be sitting in a hallway between 2 rows of classrooms while kids are coming in and out and doing testing and kids are working on art projects very loudly, just because they're kids. These people should have offices, but there are none available at any of the schools. So the schools are bursting at the seams. And I asked, because I'm also a frequent flyer at the school board meetings, one of those drop trailers, they're really expensive and you have to justify them. And even though I tried justifying one for my school, which is busting at the seams, the answer was no, there are not enough students in the school to justify another trailer. So, it's worth it to talk to the people who are in the know and city plan. Yeah, we need to stick to the city plan. Why? Because of what everyone else has been saying. The merger with fire hasn't come through. Our response time is 15 minutes. That's enough time for a house to burn to the ground. The police has not been able to get that 5th beat staffed. So, we're not fully staffed in the police department. Schools, like I said, busting at the seams. So yeah, no, I'm sorry, but we do need to stick to the plan until everything catches up, and then we can start growing proportionately like we haven't done in the last 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try Yolanda again. Yolanda, I'll need to promote you to a panelist to speak. Yolanda, there we go. Yolanda, are you able to speak or turn on your video and speak? It doesn't appear that Yolanda has audio. I'm going to move Yolanda back to the role of an attendee. And we have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you, Margaret. At this time, we will close public comments. And Yolanda, if you could hear currently right now, if you would be kind enough to email us your comments, we will all definitely get them and read them. And if I could have staff apply those comments to the minutes of this meeting, that would be greatly appreciated if possible. This time we will close public comments. We will move into presentations. And first item A1 is proclamation in honor of Matias Mayo Rogers. And I will ask Council Member Mendoza this presentation.
Thank you. Could we promote the Rogers family to the screen, please? I don't know if they have.
If they could raise their hands, that would be helpful. I could.
There you go. There's Trustee Williams Rogers. Is there anyone else that you would like promoted, or? I think she is.
Sorry, can you guys?
I can hear you now.
Okay. If folks can raise their hand that should be promoted that are also joining would be great.
Thank you.
And then my husband accidentally ate right beforehand and swallowed something and it stuck in his throat. So he's, yeah, unable to join us at this time.
So is he around? Do you want me to wait a second, or?
Yeah, if you can come, Dave, just for a second, please.
It looks like there's an Adanya Williams as well, and a Stephanie Brooks.
Yes, I just need them to accept the invitation on their end.
Does it look like they're accepting?
I still cannot get Adanya Williams. Let's see.
Oh, there's Stephanie Brooks. Okay.
Come over here, babe. Sit down.
Okay. Hello, Rogers, Williams, and Brooks family. Hi. Okay, so I think we're ready. Stephanie? Perfect. I'm honored to be able to present you this proclamation firstly. But whereas Matias Mayo Rogers, a Brentwood resident, was born on April 16th, 2005, and tragically passed away on June 16th, 2021. And whereas Matias has been described as a joy to everyone who came into his presence and who genuinely cared about the well-being of others. And whereas Matias excelled as a student and his ability to apply critical thinking to his learnings and his passion for treating others with dignity led to the interest in history and tracing current events to their historical origins. And whereas Matias was recognized as an athlete from a very young age and played a variety of sports until he found his passion in distance running. And whereas Matias's family, friends, and loved ones wish to honor, remember, and celebrate Matias's life through a community event that is representative of the passion and values of Matias Mayo Rogers. And whereas the first annual Miles for Mayo 5K event supporting local schools and running programs will be held in Brentwood on Saturday, April 16th, 2022. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognize the life of Matias Mayo Rogers encourage the Brentwood community to join the Rogers family and friends in celebrating his life while supporting two of his passions, education and running, by participating in the first annual Miles for Mayo 5K. Thank you so much. And if you have some words, go.
Well, thank you so much for recognizing Matias. And yes, we are hosting our first annual Miles for Mayo 5K Run Walk event. It is open to the community. And if folks would like to register, there's still time. You can go to www.milesformayo.org to register for the event or to donate. All proceeds are going to local schools and a local youth running program. And so thank you again to the City of Brentwood for recognizing Matias and the first annual Miles for Mayo 5K.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, for the presentation. At this time, we will move into item A2, a proclamation proclaiming April 22nd as Autism Awareness Month. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Meyer if she would present this. Are you able to present the proclamation?
As the mother of a child on the spectrum, I'm formally working with families of children with autism. I would love to, but I don't have the proclamation in front of me. But I thank you for the opportunity. I am very glad that we have Working Wonders here to accept it. At least I think we do. Yes. And Mayor, I'm sorry, I would have read it if I had it in front of me, but I don't. So thank you for reading it and thank you for offering me the opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, I'm honored to, there is the proclamation if you would like to read it.
Yes, I will. Thank you. And thanks for whoever put that up. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, estimates that 1 in every 44 children in the United States are among the more than 2 million Americans living with an autism spectrum disorder, ASD. Each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges, and that is definitely true. And whereas autism is a reality that affects millions of families every day, and while our nation has made progress in supporting those with ASD, we are only beginning to understand the factors behind the challenges they face. And whereas ASD is reported to occur in all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups, the lifelong nature of ASD and other developmental disabilities require a variety of types of assistance at different points in an individual's life. And whereas a variety of public and private organizations and agencies strive to provide quality care, support, resources, and services to children and adults with ASD to enable them to live as independently as possible and reach their full potential. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize April 2022 as Autism Awareness Month. Thank you. Oh, and encourages the citizens of Brentwood to learn what more they can do to support individuals on the autism spectrum and their families, dated this 12th of April, 2022. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And at this time, if we could have Mr. Matt Schwab with Working Wonders, if he would like to speak to this presentation, he's available.
You're muted.
Is Mr. Schwab?
Hello.
There he is.
Okay. All right. Sorry, yeah. I had to unmute. Thank you so much. It's an honor to receive this proclamation. Thanks from the council and mayor. We're thrilled, and obviously this brings the story home. We had a nonprofit for adults with intellectual and related disabilities, and the phone's ringing off the hook. We have a lot of people that want to get on board and be a part of it. It's a very exciting time. We're constantly doing new activities and going out in the community and meeting people. Our main focus is on the arts, developing work skills, and health and fitness. And basically it's about quality of life, something that would really help all of us. We want to help them reach their goals and their maximum potential. And that's a family experience, as we all know. It's not just the individual, it's the individual's family. So that where they're out there in the community, they're doing things, they're going to the movies, they're participating in our events, and you'll see them out there. You probably see us out there as a group walking around going to our various activities. So it's really fun. We get a lot of excitement about seeing our clients grow and prosper, and we learn a lot from them. I know it's a cliche, but we learn pretty much more from them than they learn from us. So thank you so much for this honor. It's something that's not going to go away. Autism is a nationwide, worldwide situation, and it's going to continue to grow. And these individuals and their families need services, and the community get behind them to say, yeah, you're important too. And I think that every time we've had a connection with a business, it's kind of opened their eyes. They're like, wow, you guys can do a lot of things, and we really can. So that's really neat to see, and we're happy to be here in Brentwood helping out and doing our part. So thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwab. And working wonders has always been a real pleasure. Know many of the family members, and the individuals that you've worked with. And it's wonderful to see them all participating in our community and events. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move into item A3, a proclamation recognizing April 3rd through April 9th as Library Week, and a presentation from Brentwood librarian Andrea Frailer. And I'll read the proclamation now. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community, and whereas libraries connect people to technology, providing access to broadband internet, computers, and training that are critical for accessing education and employment opportunities, and whereas today's public libraries services extend far beyond the four walls of the building, and whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all members of the community regardless, and whereas over the past 2 years, when faced with challenges of a global pandemic, the Contra Costa County Public Library played an invaluable role in supporting the Brentwood community by immediately pivoting the service model to provide virtual and contact-free services, and following public health recommendations, safely reopened for in-person services. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize April 3rd through April 9th, 2022 as Library Week, and encourages the citizens of Brentwood to visit the Brentwood Library and learn about the services provided here. And Ms. Frailer, if you are available to speak to this, I see that you're here.
I am, Mayor. Let me just get my screen up. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Get this from the beginning. Okay. Ooh. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I know you guys have had a long night, so I will try to keep this short. I do like to talk a lot about the library. Thank you for proclaiming April 3rd through the 9th as National Library Week and giving me this opportunity. I am Andrea Frailer, and I am the manager of the Brentwood Library. Libraries are the only places in the community where everyone is welcome. People of all ages, backgrounds can come together to connect, share ideas, and build strong communities. Every day, we are connecting people with the information and resources that they need. And last year, the Brentwood Library was right in between the Walnut Creek and San Ramon libraries in library card registrations, which is incredible given the fact that both of those libraries have more open hours than us, and illustrating the importance that our community puts on education, reading, lifelong learning, and the library being the community's living room and the heart of the community. Our annual report was shared last month, and here are the numbers that I find exciting and stand out to me. Last year, we thought it was amazing when we had 1.26 million ebook checkouts. And this year we saw a 17.4 increase with 1.48 million ebook checkouts. Our Wi-Fi hotspots are providing internet outside of the library building and to in people's homes who need internet. I think it's amazing that 300 hotspots went out over 2,300 times. And I'm super proud that the Brentwood Library is 1 out of 4 libraries. There's 4 libraries in Costa County out of 26 libraries that have a Project Second Chance office. And Project Second Chance is the library's adult literacy program, and it provides basic literacy instruction for adults who read or write below a 6th grade level. And it's made possible by tutors, and we need tutors in Brentwood. So I'm encouraging anybody who's online and listening that if you're interested in volunteering and teaching adults to learn how to read, we have support, we have the resources, or if you know someone, please contact us, because together we build stronger communities. Now, these are the most popular books last year. They're incredible reads, all of them. But my favorite title on this list is a thank you book by Mo Williams. And if you haven't met Piggy or Elephant, I encourage everybody out there to do so. You'll fall in love, and you can visit the library to check them out, or you can get an ebook and check them out. Our annual report is online. There's far more things, but this is just some of the highlights to show what we're doing as our countywide system. Kindergarten Countdown is happening right now in the Brentwood Library. Come on down and get your kit if you have someone entering kindergarten. We have some available still. We upped our kits because we were out within a few hours last year, and we're first come, first served basis. And Kindergarten Countdown is designed to promote early literacy skills of talking, singing, writing, playing, fine motor skills, and self-help. And don't worry, if you don't get a kit, you can go online. We have all the instructions and activities that you can do and prepare for kindergarten. It's time. And next month in May, we have our free comic book week again, a whole week where we have activities for free comic book day. And in June, we kick off summer reading, which I love summer reading, and I'm super, super excited. You'll notice some changes at the Brentwood Library. 2 of our beloved staff members, Leah, super happy for her, very sad for us. She was promoted to librarian, and she will be leaving us on April 18th. So if you have an opportunity to get down to the library before the 18th, please go see Leah and tell her goodbye. She is going to be missed. And Denise retired after 33 years of service to Contra Costa County Library, and she trained me, and just an incredible person, and really both of these people, incredible customer service, and just there to serve the community, and we're already feeling the effects of their loss. On another, a little lighter note, we found this little puppy dog in the library. The puppy sat in our lost and found for several days before we used the powers of social media to connect Levi the dog with his owner, Ella, and they were reunited. So this is a plea to everyone. If you haven't liked us on Facebook or Instagram, please do so, because look at the wonderful things that social media can bring, and this is the good it can do. So, and find out what we're doing in the library. I want to, before closing, I know you've been here a long night, so I'm trying to keep this pretty quick, but I want to thank you. I saw several council members in passing, so I really appreciate you coming out and supporting the Brentwood Library to host the Brentwood's first literary stroll. Thank you to the Downtown Business Coalition, the businesses, volunteers, local authors. We are so incredible to live in a community with so much talent. I'm in downtown a lot, and this day was unique. The excitement, energy, and sense of community was similar to homecoming, and I think that's saying a lot. People came to connect, share ideas, and learn. The first people that I met from the day were from Elk Grove, Ripon, and Manteca, and that kind of blew me away. They read about it in a magazine that they had in Sacramento. At the Veterans Hall, a mother sat her 2 small children down in front of the author, and these are small kids, and she told them, pay attention. This is important. As the a Vietnam veteran, shared about his experiences and his 2 books that he wrote. And to me, these things were just another reminder, you know, how day in and day out we do bring people and ideas together, but how powerful that really is and what we're doing for the community. It was a spectacular day, a great day for the city to shine, and I really want to thank the city of Brentwood for all of your support to make this happen. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions for Andrea? Thank you so much, Andrea, for this. The wonderful work the library does is just really exciting to watch. I love walking around downtown in the offices and seeing all the very exciting kids and adults running around and enjoying themselves. And I'm so appreciative for everything that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's no better place to be than the library, and especially such a beautiful library. So thank you, City and City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move into item A4, proclamation proclaiming April 12th, 2022 as Education and Sharing Day. And Rabbi Peretz Goldschmidt will be here to receive this proclamation, and I'll read it now. Whereas quality education is one of the significant foundations for the continuing success of our society, and we strive for the betterment of all our residents through an increased focus on education and sharing. And whereas through providing the possibility of an excellent education for all, especially children, with which to gain knowledge through rigorous study, we can create hope for a brighter, kinder, and more united and prosperous future in the lives of so many. And whereas the educational system must also focus on building character by emphasizing the cultivation of universal moral and ethical values that have been the bedrock of society from the dawn of civilization, including the values known as the 7 Noahide laws. And whereas one of the leading global advocates for the advancement of education, the Lubavitcher Rebbe Rabbi Menachem Schneerson of righteous memory, stressed the importance of moral and ethical education as the bedrock of humanity and the hallmark of a healthy society. And whereas in recognition of the Rebbe's outstanding and lasting contributions, he was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, and the U.S. Congress has established his birth date as a national day to raise awareness and strengthen the education of our children. Whereas April 12, 2022 will mark 120 years since the Rebbe's birth and will be celebrated across the country and around the globe in tribute to the Rebbe's vision, guidance, and leadership with Education and Sharing Day USA. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the City Council of the City of Brentwood proclaims Tuesday, April 12, 2022 to be Education and Sharing Day, and call upon government officials, educators, volunteers, and citizens to reach out to those within your communities and work to create a better, brighter, and more hopeful future for all. And Rabbi, if you would, speak to us regarding this proclamation. We'd appreciate it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you very much for the proclamation. As you read, the Rebbe, Rav Menachem Mendel Schneerson, today marks his Hebrew birthday, 120 years. He was born in Nikolaev, Ukraine, grew up in the Dnepropetrovsk, Ukraine, which is a little bit mind-boggling, a little bit scary that these are areas that are majorly in the news, and it marks his 120th birthday. He heads the worldwide Chabad Lubavitch movement, which many of my colleagues are in those countries, which were spearheaded a huge percentage of the refugees being able to escape. And interestingly, the Dnepropetrovsk stayed a city which was not attacked and used as a main center to operate to help refugees escape Ukraine. But the Rebbe's life mission was to make an impact on the world, and the Rebbe's teachings and life lessons continue to inspire millions of Jews and non-Jews alike around the world to this very day. His teachings and lessons are ingrained very much in our everyday society today. And as we read, one of the main things he pushed for through many people, more people than I definitely could imagine that he came in contact with, most of us could imagine. He pushed for the importance of education. And today, most of us know the words that education is important. But I'd like to emphasize a few key notes that he emphasized more than anything else. Everyone knows education is empowering, allows a person to make their own decision, which is essentially the key to true freedom. And not just to make their own decisions, but to make educated decisions, which helps you make the right decision. But the Rebbe continuously emphasized the importance of education, not just in learning how to make a living, how to learn a trade, but more importantly, the education in the stands from a moral perspective, from a societal moral code, universal moral code that should be not just something that we squeeze into our education system, but rather it should be the primary focus of our education system. It's always important, as I deal with young adults, it's more blatantly more important of the importance of a moral code, importance of our moral obligation to help one another. So I think this lesson and this awareness is important as I've made. Many of us many of you on the council have, I believe, a power to make real impact and real effect in our education system, and how we can encourage moral responsibility. If I could add one idea, is that just a basic idea, and it should be emphasized more, is that our responsibility to help someone that we're capable of helping in any way, shape, or form is not because we're a nice person. It's not because where we become famous and we're going to be we're going to get a day dedicated to us, or rather it's our moral responsibility as a human being. One exercise that the Rebbe encouraged for every single individual, especially when we encounter a special day or a special meeting or a special venture that we're going to encounter, or really to do it every day, is that every single person should have what he called a charity box in your office, in your bedroom, in your kitchen. And you should start your day off. You should start a meeting off with dropping in a small coin, taking a quarter, a nickel, and dropping it in a charity box. And this trains yourself that, true, it's a small amount. It's not a quarter is not going to change anyone's life with just a quarter, but it's training yourself that when you're going to encounter someone that you could help, you're a person that doesn't stand back. You're a person that doesn't watch the world pass by or find good excuses why it wasn't your responsibility, but rather you're going to train yourself that you're going to be the first one to be there for everyone else. I thank you again, and I will pick up a picture of the Rebbe so we can see his face. And this is actually a gorgeous picture I have set always in my dining room, and you can see it was a regular occurrence that when the Rebbe would meet somebody, especially children, you can see he's holding his hands. He always had a coin in his pocket because when he would meet somebody, he would hand them a coin, encouraging them to drop it in their own personal charity box, empowering the next person to do something positive, empowering the next person to make a positive difference in the world. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. And yeah.
Thank you, Rabbi. We appreciate you coming and joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time we'll move into item A5, proclamation proclaiming April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day. And I will read the proclamation. Whereas we are daily reminded of the extraordinary importance of maintaining a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment. Whereas the global community faces challenges such as health issues, food and water shortages, and economic struggles. And whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth and opportunity. Whereas we are all caretakers of our planet and have an obligation to combat climate change and environmental degradation to preserve the Earth's beauty and resources. And whereas it is necessary to broaden and diversify this global movement to achieve maximum success by ensuring everyone does their part as caretakers, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize Friday, April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day and encourage people in Brentwood to combat climate change and environmental degradation, support green economy initiatives, and to encourage others to undertake similar actions. And at this time, if Ian Cohen would like to receive this proclamation, and if you have something to speak to this proclamation, Ian, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for proclaiming Earth Day 2022. So I have a little speech prepared. All right, so I am speaking on behalf of Sustainable Leaders in Action tonight. We are a diverse group of high schoolers and college students across our county. We operate underneath Sustainable Contra Costa, a 501c3 who operates the Cleaner Contra Costa Challenge and many more awesome programs. We also operate our own fair thing of awesome programs. We have a monthly newsletter, actually it's bi-monthly, and we also have an action of a month, a single step that we create every month that someone can do to make the world a cleaner world, like eating lower on the carbon chain. More recently, we hosted a youth-led No Drilling in Contra Costa rally in Antioch on March 12th. This rally was a huge success, and we had 2 council members attend from Brentwood. And thank you so much, both of you, for attending. So Earth Day is a very special day close to our hearts. And this year's Earth Day theme is Invest in Our Planet. The time is now to take action. We request for Brentwood residents to take small steps every day, such as walking or biking, or considering habits such as plastic bag use and switching to paper. And the theme of Invest in Our Planet also means consider where you shop, consider what you're buying. Maybe go for oat milk, almond milk. Just take the small steps to make the world a cleaner world. Thank you, Brentwood City Council, for allowing us to honor such an amazing day, an important day for our future.
Thank you, Ian. We appreciate you joining us tonight. And thank you for what you and the rest of our young people in Brentwood are doing to voice your concerns and be a part of the solution as we move into a future that we're all happy to see coming and we can make better now. So thank you. This time we'll move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And I'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Let me go over here. Since last time we met, I attended the Cal City's 2022 legislative briefing where they had bill introductions. I attended an ABAG education, which was supposed to be about the housing element, but it actually seemed more of like how to market increased zoning to your city, which I found very interesting, or not your city, but your residents. Contra Costa County Council on Homeless meeting, a Livable California meeting, which is the one that all residents, anyone in California can attend. The cool one about this one is if anyone remembers Measure L, there was a little lawsuit that happened with Measure L, and the attorney that spoke was Stuart Fleischman, who actually defended the residents in that lawsuit. So it was great to see him online again. I attended the mayor's conference call, and I think that's about it this last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I watched the County Supervisor's District 4 Candidate Forum, which was facilitated by Trustee Stephanie Williams-Rogers, who was just on earlier. She did a wonderful job, and District 4 may not cover Brentwood, but it certainly impacts the county as a whole. Met with the State Route 4 Ad Hoc Committee to discuss what we discussed earlier today. Had a meeting with Parks and Rec Director Bruce Mulder and members of the Brentwood Seniors Club to talk about some city issues. attended the Brentwood Literary Stroll. I would agree it was a fantastic event, and everybody I talked to can't wait for it to come back. Attended the Mayor's Conference, the California Alliance of Local Electeds, the Cal Cities City Leaders Summit meet and greet with keynote speaker in preparation for the City Leaders Summit that's happening in May. I met with some, went down to the farmers market to meet with the families that were hosting the Ukraine support booth to learn a little bit more about what they were seeing, what their families back in the Ukraine are seeing as far as impacts from current events. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarey.
Since the last time we met, I attended the ABAG Regional Housing Technical Assistance. And while I'd have to agree with Councilmember Mendoza that it was kind of a marketing on how to sell it to the residents, there was two things that they did say, that many jurisdictions in the Bay Area may require significant rezoning to meet the regional housing needs assessments. And then they also said that housing elements are no longer a paper exercise. It's an 8-year contract with the state. So kind of scary, both of those, to think about how that might change our city. And then I spoke with a resident regarding the open space initiative we are working on. I also attended the State Route 4 Noise Committee meeting, attended a PAL board meeting, and the golfing tournament the April 25th is completely sold out, 144 golfers, which is a good thing. They are still looking for sponsors, for gift baskets, for whole sponsorships. So get a hold of me if you have anything that you'd like to donate to PAL. I spoke with Chief Hansen regarding the Easter egg hunt event, asking him, after I got the message, asking him not to cancel, and since there was a conflict, that maybe to not have ODAT in there, but to allow the police to continue to have their event. I felt really bad at that time because I thought the kids were going to lose. I'm glad ODAT did turn around and step up to it, but I was really concerned because it was the kids who were losing in that. I spoke with a resident regarding the Highway 4 off-ramp and Balfour Road traffic, as well as he suggested maybe we could look into bringing non-potable water to all of the new residences in the city as new housing is built, which could possibly help during our drought time. And then I also spoke with that representative from Contra Costa SPCA that spoke earlier today. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. So I participated in the egg hunt, Easter egg hunt that was here in Brentwood. I just want to thank Sip and Scoop. I want to thank the Ultimate Game Truck. I want to thank One Day at a Time. And I want to thank its residents there in that area. I'll be honest with you, it was an event that was presented by the police department. They came here to One Day at a Time to ask us to partner with them to help host this, to help get that out there in the community, because our local police department was trying to create a bridge between law enforcement and that portion of our community that has been underrepresented for a long time and has always had questions in regards to law enforcement. So for me, it was disappointing as the vice mayor, but also representing One Day at a Time, to be able to see our law enforcement step out of this event when we had been working on it for some time. At the same time, they stepped away 3 days before the event, which made it very difficult for ODAT and its residents to really make this event as successful as we wanted it to be. But at the end of the day, it was a very successful event. We had about 600 people that attended. The community rallied together to help host the event. We had all these vendors sponsor. We also want to thank La Clínica de la Raza for being involved. I do want to say that, Karen, I did have a meeting with the chief of police in regards to the event. And just so that we know that we did tell the chief that ODAT should be the one stepping away from the event. And because this was more the police department's event, not one day at a time event. We do plenty of events already. But obviously we were not going to walk away and let this community not have an event. But I just want to say, because I know there was a lot of things said, and I know there was concerns, ODAT did not have this as an event that it was going to do. It was actually initiated by the police department that came here. I do want to also recognize the speaker. I hope this speaker that spoke earlier does come to the office, come to see One Day at a Time, to learn more about One Day at a Time, especially before putting things out there that are not true in regards to the organization. So wonderful event, very successful. I think Councilmember Rarey was right. It would have been better for ODAT to step away because, like I said, this was a police department event. But once again, it wasn't going to happen, and we were not going to let this event not follow through. So we thank you for recognizing that, Councilmember Rarey. I don't know if the chief has anything to say, but yeah, I just want to thank our residents in that community, 600 kids. If you're on our the One Day at a Time website, look at it. A lot of wonderful families having a really, really good time. And that's all I have right now, Chief. I mean, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the mayor's conference. One of the significant items of discussion was regarding the future of electric mobility in the state and the infrastructure that it is going to require to provide that successfully. It's something that every city is going to have to address as the number of electric vehicles become more and more prevalent. It's something that we really need to look forward to prepare for the coming growth of that in the future. Also, I attended the reopening of the Blue Goose Park and spoke to some of the residents there. And I will tell you, before the announcement, evidently the local residents found out that it was open. There were many people there, adults and children, laughing, splashing, running around. And one of the things I want to thank the Parks and Rec Department and Bruce for everything that you do to keep our families safe and involved in our community as far as recreation. At Blue Goose Park, one of the things I was so happy to see is an all abilities piece of equipment that our kids can participate in and ride on, even in wheelchairs. And so that's something that's wonderful to see. So it would be a great location for our families that do have children or adults on the spectrum to come in and have some physical interaction and realize that their disability does not prevent them from enjoying our parks just like everyone else does. And so that's a wonderful thing to see happen out there. Also, I attended the Airport Land Use Commission meeting, met with some residents regarding the future of oil drilling in Brentwood. And I also attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board and met with a couple of groups in town that wanted to bring some more activities to downtown and other areas in the community, different celebratory and cultural events. And so I directed them to speak to our city staff and our Parks and Rec Department, who are outstanding at integrating these kind of things into the community. I don't know if they've done it yet, but they're on their way. So just a heads up. And that's all I have to report at this time. We'll move into the consent calendar. And
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull C5.
Okay.
And I would like to pull C8 just to, it was brought up during public comment, Bluebird and Lone Tree and what's the relationship. So staff could go over exactly the project and the integration or not integration of what's going on.
Okay, items C5 and C8 have been pulled. Do I have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to adopt C1 through C4, C6 through C7, C9 through C11. Was 11 the last one?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
I'll go ahead and read the title for the ordinance. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing and replacing in their entirety sections 2.10.020 through 2.10.060 of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to council member election districts, a district election process, and the sequencing of district elections, and authorizing staff to take the actions necessary to implement the provisions of this ordinance. And I'll do the roll call vote. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will go back to item C5. Councilmember Rarey.
I pulled C5 because it's been on the books for a long time. I'm not having a problem so much with that as if is there a representative from that company in the audience?
I'm not sure. If they are, they can raise their hand and we can.
John Peterson, is he? So there's a John Peterson raising his hand.
I can unmute him.
So I have a question. You know, through these years, we've all the new developments that are coming up, we've been asking them to annex into our community facilities district for fire. And I know you've been on the books for a long time, but I'm asking you to annex into the fire CFD for the fire because new development is making an impact on on the fire department that we have. And so I wanted to bring it to your attention. It's something that you pass on to your residents. And I'm asking you and your company to make the decision to annex into the CFD. Mr. Peterson, are you there? Mr. Peterson? You're still on mute we can't hear you. Maybe we can move on to the next item, the C8, while we figure out how.
Okay, then at this time, we will come back to item C5, Councilmember Mendoza, C8.
Sorry about that. If Mickey could talk about this road, there seems to be some thought from our comments that this has something to do with Bluebird, it has something to do with the school. So we could just clarify why we're doing this and all that good stuff.
Great. First of all, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for the question. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and the public. Thank you for asking the question. To address the public comment, no, this proposed CIP project has got nothing to do with the Bluebird project. A couple things to note. Bluebird or whatever project occurs on the Bluebird site, whatever form it comes in that ultimately gets approved by City Council, that project will be responsible for doing all their frontage improvements, building all the infrastructure. That project fronts O'Hara Avenue. There's overhead lines, so that project will underground those overhead lines. They'll widen O'Hara Avenue. They'll put in all new sidewalk and landscaping, including on Lone Tree Way as well. So I want to make that very clear. This is one of those examples that, similar to what came up at the CIP workshop, that if there's a project or a parcel that is slated for development, that development will build all the infrastructure necessary to support itself. So this Lone Tree CIP project is independent of that. Even if we wanted to somehow contribute some frontage improvements, we can't, because the total project for Lone Tree Way, if we wanted to build all 4 lanes and put sidewalk and landscaping, it's $16 million, and we just don't have, we have less than half that amount. This project only has funding for $7.6 million, so there's no way we're going to come anywhere near building the full, beautiful 4-lane arterial road that we would love to have. So I do want to make that crystal clear that this CIP is independent of the Bluebird project.
Okay, and this will help with the school traffic, because we know schools impact traffic greatly around Brentwood.
That is correct. That is correct. So this project, the widening of Lone Tree, has to happen for the build out of the city. The only reason we're trying to expedite this or bringing this project to fruition now is because we know the school is coming online. We know that there's a project. They've actually have I believe they're in the process of hiring a design build consultant and have plans to have that school open in a couple of years. So we're trying to find a synergistic way where we can partner with the school to get infrastructure built in conjunction with their school.
Awesome. And it's great. It's a K-8, so which we really, really need in town. So
yep.
Thank you very much, Mickey. That's all I needed.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mendoza, do you have a motion regarding this item?
You're muted.
I'm tired tonight. I'm making a motion to adopt C8.
We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It's the roll call vote for item C8.
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Councilmember Rarey on item C5.
We've been able to get Mr. Peterson.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
You hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
As far as, the fire department was not part of the original conditions. We are working with staff on assessment district options with the project that we would deal with later. So we're still waiting for answers from staff on the existing CIP financing and other options for the project.
And can staff talk about what that is so that we're aware? I guess I'm concerned about the CFD for fire, and I understand it's past that point on this, but I'm asking that, even if it means postponing this and and you going back to the company to see if you fit into that, because all future development now is paying that CFD to help supplement the fire, because we just don't have the tax rate areas out here to fully fund the fire department. And while it may be only 36 units, we get 36 here, we get 36 there, and soon enough you've got several hundred, and you don't have that extra income coming in.
We're working with staff. We've been working with staff. I guess the person was out last week. We have our bond people working with them, but we'd like to move forward with our map and our improvements, and we'll continue to work with city staff.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time. I'm not ready to make a motion on this. I would be willing to move it or continue it so they have time to discuss with staff and his company.
Legally do that?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So just to clarify, tonight's item is really only your receipt of an informational report. So the council doesn't have any approval action to take tonight. You're just being made aware of where we are in the process. So just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So there's actually no motion on this.
So you're just receiving this report tonight as part of the regular consent calendar. If the city manager has anything to add, I'll defer to him, but this is just a routine notice of something that he will do as part of the authority that's been delegated to him under the subdivision code.
Yes, so the Brentwood Municipal Code has delegated the authority to me to sign off on the final map, and since it was approved back in 2006 and now they've finished acquiring all the right-of-way, I've signed that map, and this is to inform you that that process has taken place. But staff will continue to work with them if there's interest in participating in those CFDs.
Okay. If somebody else like to make the motion.
Is there a motion for item C5? I will make a motion to receive the informational report on item C5 as presented.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
We will move into item D, item D1, business items. Item D1 pertains to an interim urgency ordinance implementing a moratorium on new oil and gas development in the city. And our city manager, Tim Ogden, will present the item. Staff.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So at your request at our last City Council meeting on March 22nd, you asked us to return with an interim moratorium on oil and gas drilling in the city. And this would allow us to continue to do any research and drafting of a permanent ban and updated ordinance to be evaluated and prepared for your consideration. I'm hearing some feedback. Is that from my side?
I'm hearing it as well. Maybe
it's Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, I'll continue to see that sound better. So this proposed ordinance for the moratorium before you tonight prohibits the issuance or approval of any permits that would allow any new or additional development of oil or gas wells in the city while it's in effect. And currently there are no existing operations in the city. There are no pending applications or any associated land use entitlements. So nobody's going to be impacted by this moratorium at this point. If approved tonight by a 4/5 vote of the City Council, much like you did with the fire CFDs last fall and the SB 9 matters that we handled earlier this year, it will be effective for 45 days. Now, it's expected that staff will need more time than that to process that research and updating of ordinances. And so we'll come back to you on the May 24th agenda to request your extension of that moratorium, again, if you grant it tonight. And that second extension will give you up to 10 months and 15 days, or an additional year if you do it a third time, to complete all of that bureaucracy that's needed. So during that interim period, the staff will assess the potential impacts of long-term oil and gas developments. Now, we're not anticipating starting any new research. There's plenty of well-documented findings out there, but incorporate that into the zoning code and general plan as required. So this type of review is authorized by the government code section of state law that allows this moratorium, and that will allow us to proceed with all the paperwork involved in coming back to final ordinances to then ban oil or gas at your direction. So with that, we'll take any questions and proceed from there.
Any questions of staff? Councilmember Mendoza.
I just want to ask the question, because this is the question that's asked of me, like, with this, again, like you said, no oil and gas drilling permits will be issued during the moratorium. It's a short window and then it's a longer window, and they're both as valid, correct?
Correct, equally valid.
Okay. And then it doesn't mean we're going to take 10 months from a staff perspective to write the new ordinance. It means that we just have up to that much time, correct?
Correct. In order to process this in a timely manner, we need to bring in outside counsel to assist with all the documentation. But we expect to, again, be back on May 24th to extend it. And then within a few short months, we anticipate being back on your agenda to have you approve it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Tim, can you clarify for the public, because I think there's been some confusion around this. Is the city paying for a study to determine this impact?
No, it's not study with a capital S. It's a study with lowercase s, in the sense that we have to provide some findings in that ordinance of when you would propose to have the ban permanently. So the moratorium is going to allow us to have that time to put together those findings and any studies that are related to that, but not initiating a new study and looking at the impacts per se. There's plenty of that out there that we can utilize for our research.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. If there are no more questions of staff at this time, we will open public comments. Margaret. Margaret, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Okay, I've got a new microphone in here. I've received 3 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see 2 hands raised. I will start with Rod, followed by Danny Dorman. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, City Council, for taking this important first step. We don't need any more oil and gas drilling near residential properties, and there's no place in Brentwood anymore that's not within unsafe distance of drilling. I really appreciate the City Council doing this. It's so important. It's really for everyone that lives here, and especially the children that live here, to provide a safe, clean, and healthy environment. And I know that this is somewhat symbolic. We probably won't have any drilling in Brentwood anytime soon, but that threat actually does exist. You can see where all the old oil wells were, and many of them were in town. I think Bridal Gate was a good example of where there's a well that was under some discussion. And we just don't need this. We've been studying it. And by we, I mean the people that have been organized against drilling. And there are so many studies. There's so much new information that's come out that the state, even CalGEMS, who loves to rubber stamp an oil well, has finally acknowledged that these things just are not safe within even 3/4 of a mile of somebody's house, much less within 900 feet where the Nunn family is planning to drill a well. And I know that Antioch has passed an ordinance and Brentwood is preparing to pass an ordinance, and we're all praying that the county will pass an ordinance. But today, I really hope that Bob Nunn is listening and hears this and will put his love of Brentwood, his place as Brentwood born and raised, above his pocketbook, and will withdraw his well that he plans to put on the doorstep of the Shadow Lakes neighborhood. It's time to step up, be a man, step away from this, and let our children breathe. You know, there's a school right there. It's just time. Please stop that well. And thank you so much, Brentwood City Council, for doing what you're doing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Alexi Lindman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize in advance. I was on another call, so I hope speaking about the extension of a sound wall is appropriate here. And I say that to say this. I truly don't understand how certain council members are allowing or trying to give a pass to the obvious mistakes about the sound wall. I remember a meeting where I actually played the decibel differences, to give a real world listen, if you will, to the differences in decibel, and to still have some members sit there and try to give the city a pass. I honestly, I just don't understand it. So I appreciate the city understanding. I hate to spend the money on getting that sound wall done, but the city did the rezone, so shame on the city for that. But the people who bought property out there shouldn't be punished because a rezone was given and they happen to buy property out here in beautiful Brentwood. With respect to the oil drilling, I wish I was as confident as Mr. Floor in that there won't be any more drilling out here. No. If there is any way for especially the nuns who have got amount of land out here, if there's any way for them to make money, whether it's a home or an oiled rig or a sweatshop, they will find a way. So I'm not as confident. So we need to keep that diligent eye on the any type of oil drilling. And this is not a guy who is pro-green and everything like that. People probably know my stance when it comes to anything green. But oil wells, no. We need to keep due diligence on that. Otherwise, I thank you for your time, and hopefully everyone who can do something about this will do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexi Lindeman, followed by Ian Cohen. Alexi, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Alexi Lindeman, a current senior at Heritage High School. I just want to echo what Rob said. This is Brentwood's not the place, and what everyone here can agree on based on your last meeting on March 22nd and what I've heard today. Brentwood should not be, is not the place for any future oil and gas drilling, and there's really no question about whether we should not do this ban or not. We all are in agreement that we should have this ban, especially since there's new oil and gas drilling going on around the area by Mr. Nunn, just to show him that we don't want it here, especially like 900 feet away from homes and about 3/4 of a mile from Loma Vista Elementary School and a mile from Adams Middle School and Heritage High School. It's just, we should be moving away from these fossil fuels and not expanding them with everything that's been going on, climate change, the forest fires, the droughts. We need to be going and transitioning to clean energy as soon as possible for the health and safety of ourselves and our future and our kids' future and grandchildren's future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I just want to echo what Rod and Alexi said. Alexi and I, we're both Heritage High School students. We're both co-organizers of the No Drilling in Contra Costa project. We worked day and night to educate and stop. Like, we educate about oil drilling and we stop it. We do not want any chance of oil drilling in our beautiful city. We are always going to ask for a full ban. A 3,200-foot setback will not suffice. Even Stanford said you need at least 2.5 mile setback if you even wanted oil drilling. Honestly, just ban oil drilling. Oil drilling is beyond hazardous to human health, and we have choked on the wildfire smoke. We are drinking the water that could be affected. There are so many hazards, but I'm going to keep it short because it's a long night. But please, a full ban, and I thank you for seeking a full ban on oil and gas drilling, and I hope we show an example to the county.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marian Petrin, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Marian, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mariana Petrenko. I'm Ukrainian immigrant, and my question that I would like to raise today, it's about how Brentwood, especially not regular citizens, because from regular citizens, neighbors, friends, just locals, we receive great support. Some people come to us just to hug us and to say that they feel sorry that our government does so little. So what does Brentwood for people who are fighting right now to defend the world against two dictators, against Putin and Lukashenko? For 6 weeks, I was waiting, and not only me, all our Ukrainian friends, we were waiting for some sign from Brentwood management on Facebook, Instagram, any kind of support, any words to see that you know that we are here, that we exist. And we saw nothing. But okay, we will swallow this at this time. Only this time, because I try to be constructive. So my question is, how Brentwood plans to support Ukrainian immigrants and refugees, because many people are expected to come as refugees in Bay Area. So please share your plans with community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I just wanted to piggyback off what Ian Cohen so eloquently said. The reason why this is so important is actually not just for our city, but for our county. As we know, even though cities ask the county not to do things, the county sometimes turns a blind ear and does things that we would not like them to do, regardless of what we in Brentwood are asking them not to do. So I think it's important that the cities in East Contra Costa start passing these bans to send a message to the county that is really strong, because it would be regional. It wouldn't just be the city of Brentwood, it'd be the city of Brentwood, the city of, oh Lord, I'm sorry, my dog just got in the toilet. The city of Antioch. Chicha, stop. And you know, we need to continue putting pressure on the county so that we send a really strong message to the county board of supervisors and they hear us. What did you eat? Anyways, so that's my comment. These young people have worked so hard on our behalf to do things that frankly our generation should have done, but we didn't do it, so now they're doing it. And I really think that we need to honor that and help them by getting this ban done, and then having the mayor perhaps talk to other city mayors and see if they can join us in the city of Antioch to send a strong message to the board of supervisors with these bans. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will open council discussion. If I could just address Ms. Villaseca, I have signed along with council. The city of Brentwood has signed strong opposition against this county drilling in letters to the board of supervisors, and I am happy to continue to meet and speak with the other mayors in our area to encourage them to do likewise. So thank you very much for your comments and participation. Just wanted you to know we are doing it. We have done it, and I'm happy to continue to do so. Any further conversation? There's a hand.
No, I'm just going to say that I'm happy we're getting here. I mean, Councilwoman Claudette Staton was the first one to bring it up, so it's taken a long time, but I am very proud of this council for moving it forward. I think it's the right thing to do for all of our future generations, because we'll be gone soon, but they'll be the ones that are left with the ramifications. So thank you to the entire council.
Okay. If there's no
is that a motion?
Yes, is there a motion on this item?
I could make the motion. Hold on, let me get down to that little section. As detailed in staff report, adopt an interim urgency ordinance implementing a moratorium on new oil and gas development in the city of Brentwood.
Oops. Second.
Do we have a first and a second? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Margaret, if I may interrupt just for a second, this is an ordinance. Do you mind reading the title, please?
I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder. An interim urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood implementing a moratorium on new oil and gas development in the City of Brentwood pending a study of the land use, environmental, economic, health, safety, transportation, and community effects of such activities, and the city's long-term plan for regulation. Now I'll do the roll call vote. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, can we take a quick 5-minute break?
We certainly can, if that is the will of council. I see no opposition. Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks.
This time we will reconvene, and looks like everyone is back. I have to move my screen there. Yes, everyone is back. This time we will reconvene and move on to item D2. Item D2 pertains to a contribution to organizations that support seniors and other individuals facing food shortages. And I'll turn it to our city manager for the staff report.
Hello again. So this item before you is a continuation of the item we discussed at our March 22nd agenda item, where we had a request from Councilmember Rarey to consider supporting allocating $10,000 to the Hope House in support of their providing food assistance. And while the motion was not approved, the City Council seemed supportive of coming back with a transparent process to include additional support providers and perhaps using the program that we utilized in 2020. So there was perhaps a mistake in the last agenda where we thought we'd included the process that we'd used in 2020, and it was included in the resolution, which wasn't attached anyhow. So it's in this staff report now, just to reflect what we could do again this time if you were willing to consider allocating $10,000. Again, not naming any party per se, but the process that we used in 2020 worked fairly well, and we included in the staff report all the details of donations that were made to Hope House specifically, as well as how all the CARES Act funds were spent generally, as well as all of those supporters, not supporters, but suppliers of all the food services, and how much allocations they were given and how much they did in the community during the early days of COVID. And so if you're inclined to consider making that allocation again of the $10,000, one way of looking at this is that originally back in 2020, over a series of council approvals, you had allocated a total of $100,000 to be given for those in need of food programs. And in the end, we had some contributions returned. And so about $10,000 worth was not spent, regardless of what the money was, whether it's general fund or CARES Act, et cetera. So you could consider, if you did a $10,000 allocation tonight, it would be completing a previous program of still spending only about $100,000 on providing food services. And this could be a way of seeing this program through and ending it after this last allocation, barring any other future real emergency going forward in the future. And we would ensure that through the process, that as I would consider these different applicants, that they would be catering to Brentwood residents, that they would exhaust the funding within the next 30 days, but in their report back within 60 days, reflect how many individuals were actually served, what was the approximate cost per meal, et cetera, and so that there's still accountability on what they've done with these funds. And with the $10,000, you can give some direction. It's not specified in the staff report, but you could say do 4 different vendors at $2,500 each, or 2 vendors at $5,000 each, and that would be direction enough to market this and then quickly dispense those funds if you're inclined. So that's the brief report to try to close out that issue of how we had funded that in the past and could finish out that with this additional allocation tonight from the general fund.
This time, if you have questions of staff, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, it looks like the $10,000 was already spent. On page 305 of the agenda, it says the unspent funds returned by the Brentwood Regional Community Chest were expended and reported for allowable public safety services funded by the general fund. Where did the $10,000 go?
So $100,000 was allocated for food service providers. When we had the contribution partly returned back $10,400, in order to close out the CARES Act grant program, we applied it as an eligible expense to public safety and finished out spending that money from the CARES Act. But from a food service perspective, you could say we only spent $89,000.
But so public safety, what account did those $10,000 go to? What GL account? Because you're saying you moved it somewhere. So we spent the $10,000. Now we don't have it. We're going to have to take it out of the general fund if we decide. What general ledger fund did that go to?
To the police department. So it was their police expenses that were incurred as a part of the COVID responses.
Okay, that's it. So, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. There was mention of many of these programs have indicated an increased need due to the pandemic. And during the last meeting, you mentioned that there were other agencies that had reached out for support in this way. Can you clarify that, please?
During the middle of 2021, I had received a request from the Hope House, I recall, and one other vendor, and I couldn't find the email to reflect who the other vendor was, but there was one other entity that had asked for funding, and we just disclosed that, hey, we've exhausted the funds and that program is no longer in place. So I don't know what other interest there would be today from other vendors. I'm sure if there's money allocated, we would find vendors. But obviously the emergency situation is different than it was in early 2020, but there could still be some interest today from other vendors to utilize the program.
Thank you. And I still have a question that came up last time. Again, we discussed policy for nonprofits reaching out and asking for support from us. And I'm just curious, I mean, I know the staff report mentioned a lot of the process that happened during COVID, and it was extremely helpful. Thank you for that. But I'm still not clear on what happens if out of the blue, a nonprofit reaches out and says, hey, we really need help. We're struggling here. Do we have something in place for that? I mean, I know this is not a grant cycle request. I'm just asking, like, out of the blue, if someone were to reach out to us, do we have a policy around how we consider those requests?
I don't know if there's a policy per se that we have, an ongoing policy per se, but at any time the council can initiate a program if you feel that's a priority for the city and can allocate funds for it if funds are available from the general fund. So I don't know that we've had a lot of general requests otherwise, other than what we had recently from the Hope House.
And I was going to ask again, but I'm going to wait for Jamie. And
if I can just clarify, the council does have a policy. It's 10-12, a policy and procedures for requests for use of city funds. And that does talk about fee waivers and donations and things of that sort. I haven't read it in some time, so I don't want to speak off the cuff on it, but there is a policy on that. I believe there's also an older city manager policy that I think was put in place before Mr. Ogden arrived here that talks about grants as well. But there is a city council policy in this regard. But again, I haven't looked at it in a long time. I don't want to speak off the cuff. And in addition, you're really focused on this specific item, not the broader policy discussion of what the council has or doesn't have.
So considering that did come up prior, is that something that would be potentially an agenda item to establish a policy moving forward, or at least double check and clarify what ours is?
I think probably one step that staff could do, and not through council direction tonight, but staff could look at the policy and provide it to the council so they can see what it says, and then determine if you want to take further action in that case. Then it could be a future agenda item. But sure. I think initially get the policy to you to take a look at and see your comfort level with it, because it was adopted in 2017, so it's just about 5 years old.
So then there wouldn't be any agenda item necessary until we were able to hear what this report said, or this policy said. Is that what you're saying?
We'll share the policy that exists, and if there are further questions that you'd like to have it be a council topic, then we can agenda.
Okay. And then my last question is around reporting. And it appeared in looking at all of the staff report that nonprofits all had a kind of a different way of providing accountability for how the funds were spent. And I'm wondering if that's something that we can also, maybe a separate question, clean up so that it's consistent across the board how people are required to report back on the spending.
Yeah, there was no template provided them, but there was information requested, 5 different categories of information they had to respond back to. So some were in a narrative format, some were in an Excel format. For our purposes, it worked because it was fairly straightforward information.
And during a crisis.
Correct. If this were an ongoing program, I think it would be worth spending the time to formalize that. But again, it depends on what you want to do tonight. We could certainly look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember,
why aren't we following policy 10-12 with this request if we have a policy?
Who are you asking?
You.
This was a request from Councilmember Rarey, so we put it on the agenda.
But if we have a policy around asks, financial asks, I would think that the whole council has to abide by the policy. So why are we not following a policy that we have in place?
I don't know if we're not following the policy. We could have included it in this report. That would have been appropriate. So you have that in concert with this request.
Can you pull it up, and is it long or short? Like, what does it say that the policy is?
Sounds like if Damien has it, maybe he can put it up on the screen, but it may not be relevant to tonight's agenda item. I know that's his problem.
Can I make a clarification here? Generally, in the entire time on the council, you know, going on 6 years, we generally, when nonprofits come to us, and I've had people come to us and ask for funding, and we generally don't expend government funds for nonprofit use. And when the first thing came out regarding COVID, the first 50,000 that was asked for was based on COVID and the shutdown of the businesses. The second 50,000 that was asked for was due to unemployment funds ending. And so that was what that 50,000 was for. Had I not known about that 10,000 was returned in from the Brentwood Regional Community Chest, I would have told them that there's nothing that we could do. It was only that 10,000 that I was aware of, which made me turn this request in, because there was 10,000 left of the 100,000 that we had allocated. That's all. I mean, this is not something that we generally do, and I don't anticipate, unless we go into another complete shutdown pandemic type thing, I don't see this happening again. And this is kind of one of those once in a lifetime. And whether you decide to do it tonight or not, that's up to you. But there was 10,000 left. That's the only part. If we want to go four for $2,500 each, whatever the council wants to do. If you want to do it at all. I mean, I argued till I was blue in the face last time. So I kind of leave it up in the air to the council.
But I guess I'm confused, because I'm hearing that we have money left, but we took that 10,000 and we spent it the way CARES money was appropriate, and he put it in PD.
But CARES in the agenda, because I listened to both agenda items and I thoroughly listened to them. In the first one, it said FEMA. In the second one, there was no mention of CARES. It was staff who decided to put through the funding through CARES reimbursement, not the council.
But the money was spent, and that's what I'm trying to. From it,
the CARES funding was spent, not this funding.
Yeah. So if you netted how much we spent on police services and netted how much we spent on food services, there was 10,000 that was swapped, and we could finish swapping that back, is what we're saying. So it's not a missing 10,000. It's just another way of looking at the funds, that each would be made whole again. Each of the two programs, the police department and the food service program.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No, I agree with Councilmember Rarey. I mean, if we're planning to, allocate the 10,000 for 2,500 each, or whatever, but we're opening it up to various organizations, that's great. I hope the HOPE program applies and they get it. That's great too. As long as I think we have a process in place and we open it up, then I think that's the right thing to do. But yeah, so I mean, I think I agree with Councilmember Rarey in the sense of, if it's 2,500 or whatever that is, I think it's a great thing to move forward with.
Damien, do you have access to the ordinance that we do have regarding this that you'd mentioned?
I do. I don't know if it'll be all that useful tonight. it involves more than just donations. In essence, if the donation is over $1,000, it needs to go to you as a council, and then there's some requirements. There need to be good cause for it. The applicant has demonstrated his managerial and fiscal competence to complete the project or event, things of that sort. And from what I'm hearing, I think what you're doing meets these requirements as I'm looking through them quickly. But again, I'm concerned if we can put it up there, but there are other sections to this, and I don't know if it's going to be useful to have me scroll through this policy during your meeting and show you the different sections. And I guess the other thing, Mr. Mayor, is I know we're in the question period. We just don't want to forget the public still has the opportunity to comment on this before council gets into too much of a discussion on it.
Yes, thank you. So in essence, according to your opinion, by happy incident, we are abiding by the current
from my quick look at it, as I'm sitting here during your meeting, it looks like that this meets, I think, pretty much everything. There's a certificate of insurance requirement, so I don't know if that has happened yet. And I think I do need to distinguish with the prior grants that were issued under this program or the prior donations that were made. That was under an emergency situation, and I think an argument could be made that under that situation, some of these sections could be probably waived by the council because of the emergency.
Okay, well, thank you. If there are no more questions of staff, then at this time we will open public comment. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'll go ahead and show the timer screen. And I have 2 speakers with their hands raised. I'll start with Rod, followed by Dave Funk. Rod, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Margaret. So I'm listening to all this, and it's a little hard to thread through. So I think what I want to tell the City Council tonight on this issue is that I've known Karen Rarey for quite a while now. I've seen her on City Council. I trust her as much as I trust anybody up there to do the right thing, to know what is the right thing. She guides us all. Everyone that has come before this council with any kind of a no rezone or a citizen issue has known that we can always trust Karen Rarey. And if what she is saying here tonight is that there's $10,000 that could be distributed, that's as much as I need to know on this. I appreciate so much the work that Mendoza and Meyer do, but at the end of the day, I think we need to stop, standing on process here and just stand up and stand with Karen and do what needs to be done. I thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dave Funk. Mr. Funk, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am the current director of Hope House, the Contra Costa County Food Bank agency here in town. And I want to thank you for the grant that you gave us in 2020. It was put to good use, and I look forward to having an opportunity to reapply. I just wanted to share with you a couple things. I've been in this position for 2 weeks now. I've been a member of the guiding committee at the church that oversees Hope House for 11 years. And I've also been a volunteer there, giving my time various times over the years. But currently, I'm the full-time director, and it's quite a joy to be able to provide food in an insecure world for the clients. And we serve a large number Mondays and Wednesdays each week. And then we have two programs there. One, the FDA program we get from the food bank. The other is the church provides purchasing dollars from donations to buy additional food from the FDA at 18 cents a pound. So we give out our own bags of fruit for those families weekly. The government program provides them one bag per month, and then we provide additional bags on the other 3 weeks of the month. So the two things I wanted to share with you today, the food bank's produce truck was there, and we set a record with 76 families coming through in 1 hour to pick up fresh produce and vegetables that they can take home and make into meals. I'll be happy to provide you the total numbers of family members that represents in an application process. That's one program for 1 hour on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month. And earlier this month, my first week as the director, we gave out 64 family bags to support about 185 to 200 family members. The point is, there is a need. Now, that also includes Oakley as well as Brentwood. I'll separate those numbers for you by zip code. We've got Oakley, Byron, Bethel Island, and Brentwood is all served by our food bank. Just to let you know, though, the joy on the faces and in the hearts of those people being able to take groceries home to make meals for their families is very much appreciated. So as we go through considering this, there are needs in our community that we're currently meeting, and your funding certainly provides some of that need. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands. Oh, I have one more speaker with their hand raised. Carolina Villaseca, go ahead.
Hi. So I just kind of want to summarize. Like Rod said, this was difficult to go through. Obviously, listening to the speaker before, the program is a really good program, and yes, it should receive the funding. And to Mrs. Mendoza's point, we have to follow procedure to make sure that a swapping isn't necessary later on. My husband is a CPA, and if he had heard this, his toes would have curled, because it's really bad accounting to take money from one account, like police, and put it into another account that is not police. We have to be very careful with how funds are treated. And so, yes, please fund the things that are providing a good service to the community, and feeding people is very important, especially in economically uncertain times. Let's just, do it the right way so that the funds go where they need to go and things can be done in a clear manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments and move into council discussion. Council Member Mendoza.
I want to give money. I mean, I think that's great. But if we have money to spend, we should open it up to everyone and give equal opportunity for everyone in the community to access those funds. If there's money that we're giving, the ad hoc stuff without a clear process in front of us just feels very uncomfortable to me and very unfair. So I think that if we're going to give the money, we can open it up, and anyone who wants to apply, should be able to apply. Also, I ask about the process because I want to make sure that these organizations that we're giving money to are legitimate organizations. Are they, what are they doing? Like, I'm glad that Mr. Funk showed up and spoke to his organization, but do we have their 501(c)(3)s, or do we have how much money they've gotten from their fiscal sponsor, or are they a corporation? How much do they get from, their foundation? Is their church? Is their church, sponsoring them also? I just feel that we should know who we're giving to. I don't know Hope House. I don't know them from any other building in town. So I just want to make sure that who we're giving the money to is always legitimate, and there's no financials that I saw in the packet. So that's my other thing that makes me uncomfortable right now. But if we want to give the 10,000, that's fine. We open it up to everyone, and we have requirements in regards to financial disclosures.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I would like to, first of all, thank Mr. Funk for joining us this evening and staying on to be able to speak on this item. I think, I mean, I know I speak for myself, and I would guess I could speak for everyone when I say we're not trying to take food out of anyone's mouths. This is purely a policy and transparency issue. I said last month I had no problem actually distributing the funds. That wasn't my issue. My concern was just understanding what happens if it comes up again. So I do appreciate the comments from the callers. I think this is not an insult to anyone or an implication that anyone has done anything wrong or shady. This is just trying to make sure that when we have requests like this, they all go through the same process. I mentioned earlier that I thought that our reporting needs to be more consistent across the board for every nonprofit. I think the financials, the people served, the numbers served, and some of that, like Tim said, it was in the report, but it was reported differently. And I appreciate Mr. Funk talking about the cities served. And I would, of course, like to know who in Brentwood was served, not who, excuse me, the numbers in Brentwood that were served. So this is all to say I've never objected to supporting nonprofits who need help, just trying to understand for the sake of transparency, which I think we focused on a lot in this council, just to make sure it's consistent across the board. It's fair to anybody who applies. The reporting is the same and the process is the same. So that would be my request. I do feel like we should move forward with this because clearly there is a need, and I think we've talked about it enough that we can all establish that there is a need. There's nothing shady going on with that, but we do need to, once we find out what the process is, discuss as council if we need to change it. How do we be more clear with it? How do we make sure our nonprofits in town understand what it means to go through this process and what the reporting would be? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I agree. And I also want to thank the gentleman for coming up and speaking. I think that was great. And we do know that there's a need out there. And I would like to also see, a process, but I also feel that we need to put that money, give that money out to the community. But there does need to be a process. At the same time, we got to open it up for everybody. I think that, and like I said, if Hope House is the one that gets it, great. But at the end of the day, I think we need to be transparent with everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Rarey.
As I mentioned earlier, well, first off, Hope House is the Methodist church across the street from City Hall. So they actually do their distribution out on Pine Street over there by Independence High School, across from where Johnny's sitting right now. And I've driven downtown and I've seen that line come out of their building around the corner and down the block. I've seen it a couple of times when I've been in the downtown area. So there is a need there. But again, this is a first come, first serve thing. We could open up to, initial 2,500. If after, I don't know, the last time I think we opened it up after 15 days, if there was still funds left that they could reapply, but they had to turn in their previous paperwork before moving forward. And I think that's in the documentation that you have right there. I mean, that'd be a way to possibly get 5 or 4 different organizations or less, depending on how the funds are used over the next 15 days. If that's amenable to everybody else.
I think that is a good idea. I will want to also add my agreement with everyone that's spoken. This is something that is a good thing, and there is clearly a need, and I'm certainly in favor of it. And Councilmember Rarey, if your process that you just described is a motion.
It is.
Okay.
Wait, Johnny's got his hand up.
I think he still has it up from previously.
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry about that, guys.
So we have a first.
Wait, so are we going to put it out to everyone and get applications from everyone?
First come, first serve on it.
Okay.
$2,500 per application with, if there's funding left after 15 days, they can reapply, but they have to turn in their previous paperwork before reapplying.
Okay.
And we'll put it out on our social media and website, and then also reach out to the vendors from 2020 who had utilized the program and see first come, first serve at that point.
Okay, I can second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll move into item D3, pertains to providing financial assistance for the John Marsh Interpretive Center. And City Manager Tim Ogden will present on this. Tim?
So this item before you is to consider funding part or all of the $200,000 anticipated cost for the John Marsh House Interpretive Center. You received a request last fall as it relates to the strategic plan workshop, and requested we come back early spring to have this presentation. We have Barry Margerson, who's the president of the John Marsh Historic Trust, available. And as I understand it, Councilmember Rarey would also like to make a brief presentation related to this request. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rarey, and then we can turn it over to Barry for further follow-up.
So this was asked during the strategic action plan. It was a discussion that this was going to be a check only. And so instead of discussing it that day, actually Councilmember Mendoza had said, why don't we have them come and talk to us about it and tell us about what's going on. And Councilmember Meyer also said that sounded good. So I'm gonna share my screen, and then Barry's gonna start off, and then I'll finish up. Whoops. Okay, let me get to. Show, start from the beginning. And Barry, if you want to, has he been promoted?
Yes.
I'll turn it over to you, Barry. We can't hear you.
There we go. Good evening, Honorable Mr. Mayor and council members. Again, Barry Margerson with the John Marsh Trust. We've got a presentation before you this evening, but I would like to thank the City Council for all their past support on our annual Heritage Day events out at the John Marsh House. And that's really been helpful for introducing the whole story of the Marsh Creek State Park to the public. If we could go to that first, on the Interpretive Center, that's the project you see before you. It consists of two shade structures with picnic tables in them. There's a handicap parking spot in the upper part of the screen, and a regular parking spot. Most significantly, if anybody's gone to event out at the Marsh Creek State Park, the portable toilet is sort of a key acquisition to have this. We've used this area in the past for our fourth grade school programs, interpreting Rancho life at the Marsh House. So we think this is really going to be a major way to move forward, getting public participation out of the house. As you can see in our little dollar silver coin there, the trust has already raised $18,000 towards completion of the Interpretive Center. So what we would like to request is make the argument that the completion of the Interpretive Center at the Marsh Creek State Historic Park will provide a way for the agri-tourists annually. There's 150,000 estimated agri-tourists annually visiting our UPEGs, our wineries, even our olive ranches out in Brentwood. And the completion of this Interpretive Center would provide a way for the residents, the agri-tourists, the school children to experience the rich agricultural history of East Contra Costa. At the center, the trust will tell the story of why people were drawn to settle in our fertile valley on the eastern side of the Diablo mountain range. Interpreters will highlight our area's bounty of fertile soils, precious surface and groundwater resources, along with our long crop growing season. And the emphasis here is not just the history of John Marsh's legacy, but more sort of like an extended period of time, how each wave of settlement, that first the Native Americans, then the Mexican and Anglo settlers, the whole Western movement, starting with Bidwell coming out to the John Marsh House, all of those settling people out here, they've sort of built up a unique agricultural heritage. And I think that's the primary story we want to tell at this Interpretive Center. So we thought if people come out there, that the programs they could participate, actually active participation, would be like grinding cornmeal on the traditional stone mills. You could cut dried apricots like people used to do back in at the Railway Center in downtown Brentwood. You'd participate in olive brining. Wheat winnowing is always a big sell, and that fits right in with the ag heritage out in the hills around Brentwood. We could do work with heritage vegetable and seed varieties, share them, start propagating some for people to take home with them. And also because ranching was such a big part of the rancho, the John Marsh Ranch, you could have leather working, saddle making. So we'd just like to sort of survey some of the interpretive panels that the trust has already made up and used in our past interpretive efforts. So if we can do the next one, Karen. John Marsh and the Indians. Marsh provided his Volvo neighbors with protection and provided medical care and food if needed. In return, the Indians helped Marsh defend his home from the raiders and provided him with labor for this 50,000-acre ranch by tending his crops, as well as other work on the rancho. Because of this and more, the present Native American organizations, these are the tribal councils, supported the establishment of Marsh's part in the State Historic Park and plan to participate in exhibits and talks. The next panel, the vaqueros. This region of California offered miles and miles of good pasture land with natural springs and cool streams in the foothills of Mount Diablo. Obviously, Marsh Creek just runs right through the middle of the state park and through the middle of Brentwood, so that was a key tie-in. Allowing cattle to grow fat on wild oats, clover, and alfalfa. Stock raising was a principal part of the life here in the 1840s and 1850s. Early ranchers learned quickly that it wasn't easy handling huge herds of wild feral cattle and relied on experienced Mexican vaqueros for that job. Something Marsh learned that as well. He too hired the vaqueros to look after his 6,000 head of cattle. Still today, cattle roam at the Marsh Creek State Historic Park, fattening up on wild grains, clover, and grasses. I was out there just this past Saturday, and they were doing a roundup of 700 cattle for weighing. So it was quite a sight. John Marsh's rancho you can see the extent of it right there in the graphic, all the way out to Antioch, Discovery Bay. This region of California, as gold seekers flooded California in search of riches, Marsh established the first shipping port along the San Joaquin River, not far from the convergence of the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers. On the land around the pier, Marsh built a residence for his mayordomo, rodeo grounds, and a slaughter and smokehouse. Daily shipments from Marsh's ranch of beef, smoked ham, grain, vegetables, grapes left Marsh's landing on their way to the gold mines in San Francisco. Wheat was the chief industry of Contra Costa in the 1860s. This is obviously after Marsh's demise. Thousands of acres of the golden grain were sowed in this region. That's an early combine, probably pulled by, around 40 or 50 horses and mules up in the hills. It's somewhere in East Contra Costa. The first farmers planted their seeds in the fall, leaving the seed to lie in the ground all winter while the rain softened the hard soil. With the warmth of spring, the wheat sprouted, and by summer it was ready to harvest. The wheat grown in this region was sought after worldwide due to the hardness of the kernel and its resistance to mold. And we'll move on to the agricultural panel.
No, that's
the end. Brentwood's rich soil and weather conditions demonstrated that all kinds of vegetables, fruit and nut trees, and other agricultural products could be produced in vast quantities. When Balfour Guthrie Company purchased the Marsh Rancho in 1910, its investments in Brentwood hastened the town's progress. After the Balfour Guthrie Company purchased Rancho Los Meganos, they planned and installed the first irrigation system, mapped out the town, and subdivided farmland, advancing agriculture from dryland grain farming to the irrigated alfalfa farms and dairies. Then in 1922, Balfour Guthrie planted orchards, and that's when, the Brentwood farming really took off. That added to Brentwood's reputation as an agricultural mecca. Fast forward to today, over 10,000 acres of former Rancho Los Meganos still serves as farmland for crops and orchards, as well as grazing land for cattle. By partnering with Harvest Time as a member, the Interpretive Center won't only be a nice picnic area for you pickers, it will bring to light the history of farming and cattle ranching in Brentwood. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your consideration of funding the IC this evening.
So I've got a little bit too. In 2018, the city adopted an economic development strategic action plan. In that plan, it states the city should support the development of the John Marsh House as a historical farm. The opening of the Interpretive Center will be the catalyst for bringing awareness to the house. This will be the first time the historic state park will be open to the public since becoming a park in 2007. We've had one-day events out there, but we have never been able to open it up to the public on a continual basis. The more people who see this historic home, the easier it will be to fundraise. Now, the city also established and signed into a memorandum of understanding between the California Department of Parks and Recreation. And in there, they said that they would cooperate in development, restoration, conservation, and maintenance of the property for state park, open space, recreations, educational, and historic preservation purposes. And the city shall contribute funds and resources to such projects for improvement, restoration, and maintenance of the property. And in due time, the city shall consider contributing funds of staffing 2 people at the property. So that was started with City Manager John Stevenson and signed with Donna Landeros. Now, to date, not including the recent $1.2 million to California State Parks for restoration efforts of the house, the trust has raised $2.9 million to restore the house. While there are many grants that make up that number, the trust itself raised $600,000 of those funds. As for the Interpretive Center, we have already raised over $18,000 and plan to kick off a formal fundraising effort after our meeting later this month. We've had to stall on kicking this off as we didn't have access to our Facebook page. It was in the hands of our previous executive director, and we just got access to this last Friday. In 2019, we began working with Harvest Time and the Contra Costa wine growers to kick off the inaugural equine and wine fundraising event in the Marsh Creek State Historic Park. But due to state park COVID restrictions, that event was sidelined and has been for the past 2.5 years. We anticipate launching that event next year. Now, there's been a question about the funds and that 1.2 million, which went to the California State Park, not to the John Marsh House. But here's an update. State parks, the funds were not available until February of this year. So what, a month and a half ago. And since September, state parks gathered historical information. Unfortunately, due to new state building codes, they need to produce new design drawings. And the timeline here shows that by mid-September, 80% of the design drawings will be done. Sequel will begin in the fall, and the design drawings should be complete by mid-January of 2023. Bid packages will then go out with a deadline of May 2023. Construction will begin as summer of 2023 with an estimated completion date of spring 2024. And this is for further stabilization of the home. We've asked for additional, the additional steps. What do we need for each step going forward? And we were told by the state park system that they don't have the capability to do that. They'll finish this project, and as funding becomes available, they will then go out and do the same type of process that they're doing here. So it's a step-by-step, and this is by what the state park system will do. The Interpretive Center that we saw in the beginning, we've been told that there's 80% of the drawings done. So we've only got about 20% left to do, and a need of about $200,000. We are hoping to work with the labor unions like they did at the for the gazebo in downtown Brentwood to see if we can reduce some of those costs, because the majority of the cost is actually labor. I want to say about 140,000 of it is labor. So if we can get them to donate it, that may come down the cost, but we still haven't gotten a commitment from them. And that is it. Let me stop sharing. And I guess any questions for Barry or myself?
Any questions from council? I have a couple questions. When the Interpretive Center is available, how accessible will that be to the general public?
It will be open to the public. So that area, the gate, everything else will be open to allow them to come into the Interpretive Center, to drive up into that area.
So, for example, if they go out to the UPICs and they decide they need a place to picnic, would that be something that they could head toward?
They could, and as a member of the Harvest Time, as a Harvest Time member, we would have Harvest Time sign out there. We would, and hopefully we'd be able to put on their wayfinding signs, which was something that we had, as part of the Ag Committee, had requested that they do at that time.
Also, are there, I know there are trails and everything out there. Are those going to be accessible as well to visitors?
I'm not sure that the trails will be open yet. They are, I brought forward the Land and Conservation grant for $6 million that they are going to work on and apply for, which could help open up those trails. the equine and wine event would be something that would open up the trails.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, Karen, and thank you, gentlemen, for speaking. Very good PowerPoint. Quick question. So could you explain again, Karen, I think it was 1.2 or $1.4 million. Where are you guys at with that in regards to those funds? I mean, are they being used? Are they going to be used, or how does that work?
That was the last slide that I gave you, and the funds did not get it was, by the time it was funded, it was 1.2 million, down from the 1.4 originally said. That went to state parks. That did not come to the John Marsh House. Funds, they started doing some research. State parks gathered historical information from September and through February. And as I said, unfortunately, due to new building codes, all the design drawings that we had before need to be redone. I mean, yeah, because of new building codes by the state, our design drawings need to be redone.
So are those funds still specifically allocated for the John Marsh? They cannot be used for anything else?
For stabilization of the house, yes.
And they can't be used for anything else. So John Marsh at some point is going to get those funds.
No, we don't get the funds. We're a fundraising mechanism for the state parks. So any funds that we get, we give over to them to do.
Yeah, but I mean, in their budget or however they do it, are the funds specifically allocated for the John Marsh? They can't be used for anything else from the state parks?
Nothing else. And they anticipate the stabilization to be completed in the spring of 2024.
So my next question is the 200,000 that we're looking at, those would be coming from the Ag Committee?
Ag Enterprise, yes.
Now, I know that we put together a lot of committees and different groups, and we're really big about being transparent with them and letting them be part of the process. So why aren't we not letting them be part of the process of voting on the 200,000 to be allocated for something like this?
This was direction at our strategic action plan during that full day. I brought this up, and it was actually Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Meyer that asked for this to come back to the City Council.
Yeah, because I know I sit on that committee, and I think it would be great if they had some input in this, especially if the funds are coming directly out of their budget.
But it's not their budget. It's the city's budget.
Yeah, well, it's under the Ag Committee, right? It's in regards to Ag. So obviously we put them in that position to be able to have a say or give us some direction and guidance to how these monies should be used, correct?
They could, yeah.
Okay.
But it's, as I said, it's not their funds. I mean, we could use it for even going out and land trust and conserving land. So it's not necessarily, while it can be used for agritourism and ag enterprise, it is the City Council that decides on what it is to be used for. And
yeah, but my thing is that we put together a variety of committees, right, to make sure that we're being transparent, one, with the community, but also at the same time to be able to give our community residents to have a voice and a place when it comes to decisions for the city. So I don't see where this doesn't pertain to that or how any different this is in regards to where the monies are coming from, because they're not coming from our general fund. They're not coming from any other budget, but the ag. And obviously, I think that it would be great if they somewhat had not a say, the final say maybe, but had some input in regards to us using this type of money for that type of project.
And as I said, it was Councilmember Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza that recommended that it come back to the full council. It wasn't me who recommended that it come back to the full council.
Yeah. No, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. It was a fabulous PowerPoint. I mean, beautiful. In talking about the MOU that you brought up, you mentioned something about 2 staffers, and I'm curious if if there's a plan to make a request for that as well down the road, especially if, as
the house opens.
Okay.
This would be for when the house opens.
So the mayor was asking about whether the lands would be fully open during UPIC season so that anyone could just come by during the same hours, right? Would staffed by volunteers at that point?
Yes, docents, yeah.
Okay. The other thing is, when we first started talking about the interpretive center, it kind of looked like just a shelter, but the drawing we just saw is, I'm looking for some clarification about how much more it is than a shelter.
So there's going to be, I think, 12 or 13 panels that have the history of the area, from the original, from 7,000 years ago, to the inhabitants at that time, all the way through current day. You saw, I think, 3 or 4, I forget how many of the panels that were in there, the Vaqueros and the Marsh and the Indians. I forget what the other ones were. But so those panels will be out there. The shade structures are there for the picnicking area or for holding classes. Just last week we had what they call them, plain artists, who came out and were out there painting or doing their stuff. So that might be a place for them for respite. But it will have the bathrooms there. It will have the handicapped and regular parking. And we originally, when we first started looking at this, I mean, our estimate, the pricing that we came in at was like, I think, $75,000 or $85,000. And then as government got a hold of it, the state parks, all of a sudden that number went up to $200,000, because we have to do things specifically to the way that they say. There are artifacts underneath the ground there. And so they can only be put, the posts and so forth can only be put in a certain way so that we don't disturb enough of the ground below. And that has already gone through the archaeologists there to make sure that we are protecting the ground that is out on the Marsh house. But yeah, the original one I think you saw was just kind of was the first version, and then the second version came with the the expanded amount of.
The first version looked like it could have worked with the barn raising, like community.
Absolutely, and yeah, absolutely.
I'll have more comments later, but I wanted to ask one more question. This would be for, I guess, Tim. In there. In regards to the MOU, has there been an ongoing understanding or expectation of things coming to this point where, a large chunk of change would be allotted to the John Marsh House for this? I mean, has this been something that's been expected for a long time? Has there been discussion about the MOU changing over the years? I mean, I'm just looking for more clarification on that, because this is the first I've seen of the actual MOU. So I'm just curious about what the city's position on that has been since it was first introduced all those years ago.
The MOU, if I understand right, was executed in 2006. I'm not aware if it's been amended since. I just became aware of the MOU just last week in talking with Councilmember Rarey. So we would need to spend more time looking at that record and any additional records. But it's really up to the council what you'd like to do with this request tonight. Regardless of what the MOU states, you can tie it to that or you don't have to, but either way.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about, we all know how the state goes, right? They say they're going to do something, then they don't do it, they change their mind. I have concerns because I think it's great that the trust is coming and presenting, but is there a possibility to have the state rep come in and speak to their commitments, what they're going to do, because to ask for money that we're going to give and then they might not follow through on their commitments, and I don't even know exactly what their commitments are, but I mean, I just don't want to throw money at something that then is not going to happen. So who's going to run the park day in and day out? Who owns that responsibility? Who is going to do the operations? And is there any way for them to come and speak? And maybe it's not to us, maybe it's to the ag committee about their commitments to us. If they're, you know, because when we do, you know, I was looking, we've given them 31,000. So like 200,000 is a big jump, but I think, you know, supporting what we've done, you know, the Heritage Day and all that is great. But it's a big jump from like 6,500 a year to $200,000 in an ask. So I don't know, what did they say about their commitments and then coming out and the ask?
So Elise from the state park system, she is our liaison from the park system. And she just came on board basically when that 1.2 million started getting involved, which is great because she's been very responsive.
Yeah.
Which is great for us. And she actually told us, because when we were asking, okay, what can we do? What about the next steps so that we can start fundraising for further work on the house? And she told us, she goes, the first step you should do is get that interpretive center done. She goes, that's where we need to move forward on. So that came straight from state parks and our liaison, who is overseeing the workload that I just put up on the screen.
Okay. Do you think they would be open to negotiations? I mean, they want Brentwood to, so they're asking for Brentwood to pay for all of it. The state doesn't want to chip in anything?
Well, I think the state just chipped in 1.2 million for the restoration.
Well, that was the state, the park district. The park district doesn't want us to chip in anything. It's their park. So I mean, remember, it's a partnership, right? So now you're asking us to cover all of it, which feels a little bit weird. But also, it's weird to me that the trust is asking for money, not the state who owns the operations of it, right?
We are the fundraising arm. We are a cooperating association.
But you could raise all the money in the world, and from an operations perspective, things might not get done if they don't sign off, right? They have to sign off on anything that you do, right?
Well, the plans go through the state, just like.
But even to start building it,
all go through the state.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be great to, and again, it could go to ag, but we need commitments from the state on timelines of what we see happening when, because it's a big chunk of money. And again,
I mean, it can be conditioned that, you know, until the plans are done. And I mean, the funds don't have to be like, the check doesn't have to be written today, but
yeah,
this can be conditioned to, you know, the timeline being put out there.
Yeah. It could also be conditioned on them presenting to the ag committee, right? Like they need to come and ask for the funds because it's money that
they're not the fundraising arm of the they're not the fundraising arm.
But they could come if they wanted to, right? They could come and say, hey, like we'll match funds, like we can all match funds. It doesn't all, I mean, it's a joint park, so I would expect the expenditure to be joint as well. That's the part that's getting me. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Those are my questions.
I had one more question, clarifying. This 200,000 is simply to fulfill the void in order to get the drawings. Is that correct?
No. This will it'll finish the drawings and build it and open that section of the park, which hasn't. I mean, the park has not been opened to the public since it became a park in 2007.
Okay, and what kind of timeline, if this gets funded, are you looking at for it to be completely built?
You know, as I said, I mean, we're looking at that restoration and we're looking at 2024, but I don't anticipate 2024. This is a lot simpler than doing stabilization and having to draw out all those plans. Barry, do you have, could you answer that at all?
I have something from the Northern Service Center, the state parks at a planning arm up in Sonoma County, and they said the duration of the project would be 4 months, including a landscape architect, project and construction manager, and a construction inspector. So it sounds like if it gets funded, they're ready to move and complete in 4 months.
That's fast. Councilmember Meyer.
I seem to remember East Bay Regional Parks was involved with part of this. I mean, I know they were at the event. There was some discussion about the trails and such. I mean, I know it's state park land, but East Bay Regional Parks had some, I don't want to say
Creek Trail. It's
okay,
a Creek Trail that they're looking at several different ways. One is going on the outside of the park. And the other one they have, which they haven't gotten approval from the state park yet, is to go through the state park to Round Valley.
I'm only bringing it up because I wonder if they've been approached about supplementing, since they'll benefit from this as well.
No, it's not their park.
Right, but they've been involved in the discussion and some of the meetings and would certainly benefit if this goes through.
I mean, it would give people who are on the trail a place to go and sit for a while. Yeah, it's.
So is the rest, so part of it's in Brentwood and part of it's in the county, correct?
The place we're at is strictly Brentwood.
But the overall John Marsh house, part of it is in the city and part of it is in the county, right?
Yeah, I think about 56 acres are in the city.
Okay. Has anyone asked them?
It was actually counted as in the information that was sent out from Bruce. It was included as parkland that we could use towards our 1,000, our acre, whatever, 5 acres per 1,000.
Has anyone approached the county about funds for this interpretive center as well?
It's not in the county.
But the overall park is in the county. This land happens, that's like, I'm going to put the bathroom here, but it's, half the bathroom is in one city, half the other. It's part of the park is in the county, part of it is in Brentwood. So has anyone approached the county about funds for this?
The county doesn't have any ag funds. I mean, that was why we brought it to you for the ag funds.
I think they should contribute as well. I think that all the entities that have anything to do with it I just don't think it should just be Brentwood that contributes to this. I mean, I guess I'm getting to discussion. We can discuss after, after we take public comment, sorry.
Well, if there are no further questions, we will open public comment at this time. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share the speaker screen. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. So this is the first time I'm just learning about this tonight as I sit here and watch. And my first impression of it is it's a really wonderful site for a park. I live in Deer Ridge. I look out over my fence and I can actually see cows grazing in that park sometimes. So I have a love for the park, and I would like to be able to go to the park, the state park. I think this would be a really good first step to get people in there. I do also like the idea of having it as a spot for people to pause on their way out of town, so they don't just run in, grab their cherries, and leave. You know, they have someplace to sit down and reflect, and maybe stick around for a little while. Maybe, you know, go to a restaurant or something, bring a little money in. So I like the idea of it. I like the idea of it for me to be able to go over there, and I imagine many Brentwood residents would feel the same way. Just to go over there and hang out over by the John Marsh house. So it's a really solid thing. I don't know too much about the process that you're discussing tonight, but I would be inclined as a resident to support this idea, and I certainly wouldn't mind my tax dollars going towards it. So I guess that's really all I had to say. I'd like to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'll be very brief. I like the idea of having a park and the interpretive center to explain the history of our settlement here and everything that was presented in that PowerPoint. However, I am very unclear why Brentwood is necessarily stuck with the maintenance and restoration, and when it sounds like it's a collaboration or some sort of a foundation where different different parties have a stake in it. And also the presentation itself and the whole concept of it needs to really show the return on the investment. I understand it's a nonprofit or whatever type of organization this is. And like I said, I'm very supportive of it. I think it's going to be a good addition to our city or to our harvest time activities and so on. But it's just very unclear what the project is about, what we're funding, what we're getting out of it, if Brentwood residents will have any kind of benefit on top of what somebody from San Jose would come during cherry picking and visiting this objective and so on. So it's just very unclear to me, like, what we're getting out of this investment and having this part of the assets of Brentwood, if you will. So I would like to see more details around that. 200,000 sounds like a lot in some situations, in some situations do not, as long as it's supported by details and, like I said, some analysis that will show the benefits, financial and educational or what have you, for of this objective that we're funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
This time we'll close public comments and move into council discussion.
I would like to see this go back to ag and have, you know, I mean, it's part of harvest time. They said they're part of harvest time, like have it discussed there. I'd also, I'm uncomfortable with the total amount. I think that we should talk to the county and anyone else and maybe matching funds, like $100,000, and they fundraise for the other $100,000. I don't, you know, I support it. I think it's great for tourism, but I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with the whole entire amount. I think maybe, you know, if we match half and then they raise half, I think I'd feel comfortable with that.
Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I would like to see it go back to the Ag Committee. I'd like to see what they have to say and what their feelings are towards this in regards to the funds going to this. And then also, I agree with Councilmember Mendoza that, you know, at some point, those other entities need to step up as well and do some type of funding. I don't know if it's in-kind donations or if it's actual dollars itself, but it can't be on the shoulders of the city, I think, only. We know that the state stepped up, and hopefully those monies come through to support them. But I really like to see this go to the Ag Committee. I think we created these committees for a reason. These monies are coming from that group, and I think it'd be nice to get their input.
Councilmember Meyer?
I just want to say I would agree with what Councilmember Mendoza and Vice Mayor Rodriguez said as far as the Ag Committee. It just makes sense. And I know that fund is fairly healthy, but I do feel like it is something that's up for discussion. And if this is ag related specifically, like we're saying it is, then the ag enterprise, it just makes sense for it to go there. Not because anybody has an expectation of it getting shot down, but just that it's part of our process. If it's ag enterprise, then it's ag enterprise. So I do support that. I think that's a really a wise move. I think that having that discussion in that group would help us to understand how to connect this with harvest time. Do we add it to their marketing? You know, all of that kind of thing. And I'm sure that with all of those great agricultural minds in that group, that we'll have some good feedback on how to best utilize this project to bring it, you know, with the UPIC and keeping people in town when they're doing that kind of activity. And of course, I mentioned East Bay Regional Parks. I'd love to see some other entities contributing to it as well. Okay.
Councilmember Mendoza.
One other thing is, can we have someone from State Park come in and speak to their commitments? Because they're the ones that have to execute. So while they're the fundraising arm, the actual people who are going to do it and say they're going to do it is a totally different group. So having them come to ag and spell out their commitments, because are they going to do it in this fiscal year? Are they going to do it in next fiscal year? Does it come out of this fiscal year's budget? Does it come out of next fiscal year's budget? Because I don't want, you know, we don't want to get into a point where like we're carrying a debt for a long time because they're not, you know, is it 5 years from now? Then let's talk about it 5 years from now if that's when they think it's going to happen. If it's going to happen next year, then we build it into next year's budget. But just so that we have a solid commitment from the state of when it's going to happen, just so it's clean.
Councilmember Rarey.
So the Ag Committee, and I know both Susanna and Johnny are very new to it. You two are the two people that make the decisions on what takes place in there. There's a working group which is separate. And that's where they all discuss during the working group for the projects that they want to work on. But the things that come before the Ag Committee are things that you you can take public comments just like you do from everything, but you're not going to have a round table discussion with them. It's going to be a public comment on the agenda item, just like what's happening today. So that's the difference between it. There's an Ag Enterprise Committee and there's an Ag Enterprise Working Group. And the working group talks about the things that they want to do, which neither one of them have really met in quite some time. I mean, over the last couple of years, they haven't met a whole lot. So I think Johnny mentioned at our last meeting, that was the first time in a year that he had been at a meeting. So, you're asking them to come back and give the same information that you just got as an entire council, which was the request of the council. 2 of the council members had requested that this take place. So then you're going to send it back for the same thing at another meeting, and then it comes back to here again for another presentation of the same thing. Because that's how it works. Once it goes to the Ag Committee, then it comes back over here. I guess I'm confused why two council members had requested that it come here first.
I'm going to be honest. I was new when I requested it, so I didn't understand the process fully. Had I understood?
That was December. That was
I know.
but
Ag hadn't met. I didn't even understand what Ag did. So if I have the right to change my mind if I feel uncomfortable with something I said. And like I've said before, I'm going to make mistakes, and this is one of them that I felt like I made. At that point, that's when I should have said, let's send it to Ag, the subject matter experts. Let's get their input. I should have done that. But I'm also happy we brought it now, because now I'm like, but wait a minute, like this is the trust. This isn't the actual operations arm of what we are asking. So why are we committing money when we haven't even heard from the actual people who are going to execute, if they're going to execute? So that's kind of why I'm sending it back to Ag also. Let's make sure they're going to execute. And when are they going to execute? And what do the final drawings look like? Because are these the final drawings? I mean, I think you said they were.
Final drawings are going to get down to the detail of how deep do you go down for this? How much gravel, how deep of gravel needs to go there? What do we need to do over here for the bathrooms? What kind of enclosure needs to go on that?
But I still think there's a lot of questions like I had tonight that I think Ag could manage, and, you know, again, with subject matter experts could answer. But I hope that you don't take this wrong, but it's just like, I have the right to make a mistake and come back and fix it. And I hope that you're not upset that I would do that. Because I don't know.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, and Karen's right. I think the last meeting I attended with Karen was my first Ag meeting, but we did just recently have another one where Councilmember Meyer was there. So it was really, to be honest with you, we've had two meetings actually at a short period of time, which is great. But I think that we created these committees and these groups for a reason. And I think this is one of those reasons, right? And then I think we need to follow the same process that we're expecting to do with all the other groups that we've created. And I think that, you know, it needs to go in front of them, get their input, see what they say, see what they think. This funding is coming from, and even though they have enough to be able to cover this, it's still we got to respect the process. And I think we've created that process, and regardless of who it is, we need to respect it. So for me, I think it's important that we go in front of the Ag, and at that point, then maybe hearing what they have to say, me and Councilmember Myers could share that and then look at next steps.
Councilmember Meyer.
Completely agree. I love the John Marsh House. I visited. I enjoyed being there. I think it's a fantastic benefit to the city. I do feel like if we're going to loop it together with harvest time, if we're going to connect it with that part of our city's history and our tourism and all of that, I just feel like it's out of respect, out of what Vice Mayor Rodriguez said as far as process. It just makes sense. I don't see this as being something that is that should make anybody upset, because really it's just us following our transparency and our process, and the fact that we are treating asks the same way and the way we should be. I hope that this does eventually get to the point where everyone feels comfortable with it, because it is an exciting project. But for it to get there, it should go through the process. And I did ask for it to come back, but I'll be honest, I didn't recognize at the time that the funds would come from Ag Enterprise, and I hadn't been to a first meeting to even understand that to the point. So I don't know if I'm saying it's a mistake or not. I'm saying I'm learning as I go. I don't see this as something to be upset about. I more see it as something to just understand. We're trying to establish our processes and our transparency and keeping things consistent for all of our applications that come towards us. And I'm sorry if I don't mean to upset anybody. I just feel like we should be really careful about that. This is a large chunk of money. I mean, look what we just went through for the $10,000. It feels like we have to be appropriate in the way we spend money. And so the processes need to be transparent and consistent. So I do think that it should go to Ag. I think that, again, like I said before, these are some really great minds that could pull in some ideas about how to more bring people in with part of what they're doing with UPIC and the harvest time. So I don't see a negative to that, but I guess maybe that's just me. I don't know.
And I think that even going to harvest time, they might have some great fundraising ideas that we don't think about. Like, I don't think there's any negative in it going to harvest back to the ag committee. I don't see it, and so I'm hoping hopefully they can help some.
Okay, well, according to our discussion right now, Damien, do we need, if it's council's desire to send this back to the ag committee for input and direction for them to bring back to council, do we need a vote on this, or do we just send it back to the ag committee as a council?
Well, your item before you, Mr. Mayor, is to determine whether or not to include $200,000 in the upcoming operating budget. It sounds to me from the discussion that looks like at least a majority of the council is not prepared to make that vote tonight, and would like this matter to be considered by the ag committee first, or the ag committee and the ag working group to consider it. And so I think it would be appropriate to make a motion to send it there if that's what the council wishes to do at this point. If there's not a motion to do the funding allocation of the upcoming budget.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we bring this to the ag committee, and I think there's another group too. I don't know how that works. I'm still learning that, but before making any type of decision tonight.
Okay.
Is that pretty much what we're looking at saying, Mayor?
That seems to be what the discussion was. Damien?
I think it depends on if you're going to get a second to that motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first.
Although, do we need to specify the working group as well? Like he mentioned the other group, so do we need?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
The working group is for the farmers to talk about the things they want to get done. It's different from the ag enterprise. And we haven't had a working group probably in maybe 2 years.
And once you send it back to the ag committee now owns it. You can send it to whoever you want to also review it if you want before it comes back to the council. And Councilmember Rarey is correct. It is creating a little more extra steps now because staff has to prepare for the ag mitigation committee and then bring it back to the council at some point for a very similar discussion. But if that's what the council would like to do, that then the committee would then own what they want to do with it at that point until it comes back to the council.
But I think what we're all trying to say, Tim, is that we're trying to respect the process, right? We've created this process, and I mean, if we're going to hold a standard for everyone else, we obviously need to give that same respect to the ag committee to be part of this and hear their input. At the end of the day, they may think it's a great thing and move forward, and at the end of the day, we may not, or we may too, or they might help us see it differently, but we still need to respect the process. I mean, if we're going to expect everyone else do it, I think Councilmember Meyer said it well. I mean, we're expecting $10,000 to go through a process, and now we're talking about $200,000. So, yeah, I think it's important.
You keep saying you keep mentioning they when you talk about the ag enterprise. The ag enterprise committee is you and Councilmember Meyer. It is not the farmers. They are your public that come in to comment on things.
But one of the things that I've heard a lot being on this council, especially within the last year and a half, is that the public's comment's very important. The public's input's very important. Regardless if we're on the committee or not, I think we've created these committees so that we could hear what the public has to say. So to me, that's important.
I'm trying to describe to you what your committee is, because the way you keep talking is that you don't understand what the committee is because you keep saying they.
Okay. Well, I think the committee's the group that obviously is able to give me and Councilmember Myers the input, but also an idea or the feel of what the community or the farmers are thinking. And then hopefully we could come back and share that with you guys to hopefully make decisions. That's what I'm understanding.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with 4 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay.
And if I may, just procedurally, I'm sure Councilmember, okay.
I'm right aware.
All right, thank you. And just for the rest of the council, as I've said in the past, it happens every once in a while. An abstention does count as a yes vote for purposes of keeping records. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to item D4, pertains to Brentwood Neighborhood Committee's duties, goals, and guidelines. And Recreation Manager Chris Farrell will present on this item. Chris.
And we'll be calling on Bruce.
I think we still have Barry on here.
Yes.
Thank you. And we're calling Bruce, not Chris.
All right. Good evening once again, Mayor and council members. Yes, I'll be presenting on this item. So as the council recalls, earlier this year, I think it was February, staff brought the BNC guidelines to the council for discussion. At that particular time, council provided some great ideas for the BNC to consider. And a brief summary of these items include some of the following. So a welcome wagon concept to welcome new residents to Brentwood, an ambassador program to represent the city and provide outreach, providing neighborhood events on more of a small scale targeted towards neighborhoods. And by small scale, not a citywide event, necessarily all citywide events kind of at City Park, but bringing things to individual neighborhoods at a smaller scale. And continue the Home of the Season program to recognize pride of ownership, including yard and landscaping recognition. So it was also noted from the council that the BNC consider these options realistically on what they could currently be able to do with the resources they have to implement these programs. So staff brought these ideas back to the BNC and they updated the guidelines for consideration. So from that, I will review what these updated guidelines are for consideration for council this evening. To administer and participate in neighborhood pop-up events, including coordination with the city's National Night Out event. So similar to that neighborhood event program. Administer and participate in 2 Home of the Season events, which is consistent with council guidelines on in a program they've already been doing. Administer and participate in the park event, so they still continue to have interest in that particular event. And provide support to Parks and Recreation Department in the planning and implementation of city-sponsored special events by providing volunteers and assistance as needed. So that's the guidelines that they have brought forward as something that they would like to begin with. I don't think it necessarily means that we couldn't add to that in the future, but this is where they are asking for a recommendation to get the BNC up and running again. So staff is looking for council consideration for approval of these updated guidelines so we can begin the recruitment for new members and begin the implementation process. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
Any questions of staff regarding this item? Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Bruce. A couple, I think if I recall, you said there was only one member that showed up to have this discussion with you?
Yes, that's correct. So to clarify, when I say the BNC, we're actually down to 2 BNC members right now. When this discussion was had, it was with Chris Farrell, our recreation manager, and the chair of the BNC. So it was the 2.
And do you know if any of the previous, have any of them said that they would seek reappointment?
I'm not aware of that at this point. I think one of them is moving out of state. So that's why it went from 3 down to 2. Okay.
And then where would we go from here? Is it just a recruitment for 11 members? And then what would be the minimum?
So we would put out an application process for recruitment, and it is for 11 members. So we would work towards getting the full committee back up and running again.
But the minimum would be how much for it to just start moving forward?
Well, we would do a recruitment, and depending on how many we get, we want to get the 11, but we would work towards, if there's a lesser amount, I think we would try to at least get it started to get it going. Okay. So I don't know if there's necessarily a number that's the minimum. We would aim for the 11 and do some recruitment to get applicants.
Okay. And then if it sounds like if these members come on board and want to tweak things, that could be done fairly easily. They want to add to it or.
Well, I think what we would do is we would start with these new guidelines as approved by the council, and work off of this, do this for the first year. And then we can always, if we have a strong BNC and they want to build off of this, then we can bring that back to the council for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rarey.
Yeah, in the staff report, under the city council information, it states that that they would participate in park ribbon cutting ceremonies. And if we're going to get right back to taking things and doing them in the orders that they're supposed to be and with the right committees, Park and Rec does all of the planning of a park. Why would we then turn around and let another organization do the ribbon cutting of the park that they designed and put hard work into?
I think that's a great question. It says pop-up event, so
specifically it's at the let me get back to it. It's on page 317. It says neighborhood events committee would plan and implement small scale events in neighborhood parks, including park ribbon cutting events.
So that is one that was, I think, recommended by the city council. And I think a more general term that was used is these neighborhood pop-up events. So I think the idea is to make it more general and not necessarily just ribbon cutting. So there's not that many ribbon cuttings, and you're absolutely right that staff are involved in those, or if it's something through the Park and Rec Commission or at the city council level, then I don't know that necessarily we need to use the term ribbon cutting.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll open public comment. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I will call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised. Go ahead and share the speaker screen. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I guess I'll be brief. I would like to see a Brentwood neighborhood committee that was involved in things that are other than public events. I see the potential to have a neighborhood committee that could have a more of an influence on city opinions about planning, that would encourage citizen involvement in government. Basically, if to prevent us from having things go on like Goodwill kind of got out of hand before it was taken care of, to where people have somebody in their neighborhood that they know is well connected with the city government, and so that their voices get heard. I do think that all of the civic involvement with the parades and the ribbon cuttings and the yard contests and whatnot, I think that's all great fun, and I'm glad that you have aspirations to have the public involved in that. But I just wish that there was a deeper purpose, a connectivity with the people of the city in the business of the city, and not just necessarily the ceremonial aspects of the city. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
At this time, we will close public comments. Councilmember Rarey.
Bruce, when was the last time that you had a full Brentwood Neighborhood Committee? All 11 members?
It's been a while. I want to say it was around the time of the last council elections.
2020?
So, yeah, around 2020. It's been a while.
Okay. All right. And looking at the amount that are left on there, I mean, I know that we haven't gone out to get it, but and being on the original committee, which was a liaison between the city council and the community, so they kind of like what Rod was saying, so that your neighbors could come to you and you could help them resolve problems. And looking at the few things that are on there, I don't know. Is there a reason to continue this committee? I mean, that being one of the founding members on it, it's hard to say that, but it just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't seem like enough. That's my opinion.
Sorry, I was going to say something along the same lines. There doesn't seem to be a lot of meat to this. Like, it's just, I mean, it's fine if they want to do it, but there's not a lot there. And I do remember Councilman Rarey speaking about how there used to be a liaison, and I'm not sure if it's just something they don't want to do, because things are pretty loud in our city and we have a lot of vocal people. So I don't know if they're just afraid of like just the climate right now, which could be it, and I don't blame them for that. But when you spoke to the chair, is this something the chair feels like we should continue? Like, does he see the value?
Yes, I think so. Chris is the one that was communicating with the chair, and I can see if Chris is available to get popped up on the meeting. I think she's listening in right now. She might be able to have that information.
I mean, if this is what they want to do and they're satisfied, that's okay. I do wish it was a little bit more, but I also, on the other side, I do understand it's a very different political climate. And although it's not a political role, they could be pulled into conversations that get a little heated. So I understand that. I'm fine either way. If they want to do it and you think you can recruit, that's fine. But I wish it was a little bit more. And I do wish they were kind of, telling us what they're hearing. Because like Mrs. Wallace said earlier, like, there are other voices. And what are those other voices saying? Or do are they saying the same thing that the voices are coming in already saying, and just, oh, someone's already saying it, so I don't want to speak up? Or are there other voices that have completely different points of view? That would be great to know. Or if someone needs help, like, how do we help them? You know?
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely see value of this committee, but right now with such a short, small amount of members, it's hard to know exactly what they're, where they are. Chris, I think, is on the line right now, so she could be able to answer that question regarding the chair.
Yeah, and it also could have been COVID. I mean, COVID was crazy. So, I mean, it's not like there's been many activities in the last couple of years either. So I don't know if that was a factor with the, you know.
Good evening, Council. It's Chris. Good to see everyone. To give you more information, yes, I was able to meet with the chair. The last time that we had a full committee was pre-COVID, and I think obviously during COVID they weren't allowed to hold any of their events. So I think people just kind of fell off and lost interest. And then actually several, I think 3 members have actually moved out of state. So it was just a conversation with the chair. So you are only hearing one person's opinion. He was not really open to the ambassador, like the city outreach part, or even the welcome wagon. It wasn't something of interest to him in particular. He really liked the concept of the small neighborhood activities where you really get to know your neighbors. He said that he feels like Brentwood has lost part of that feel, that people move into your neighborhood and you don't have a way to meet them anymore. And so he just thought that that was where he saw it heading. I think he also agreed with what council had brought up towards the end of the discussion the last time we spoke on this issue, in that let's keep it for now a small task list and very general, so that when we do get the 11 members on board, they have some options on how they want to move that. So maybe we use the term pop-up event, but maybe what that means to 11 people is different than what it meant to the chair. So he's envisioning a pop-up event to be, let's have a little hot dog cookout at the neighborhood park to get to know your neighbors. Well, maybe a pop-up event to somebody else is having a booth at the farmer's market and getting input from people about different ideas in the city. I mean, it's a pretty general term, and I think that that was intentional, so that when the 11 come on board, they can decide what a pop-up event is and kind of what niche it fills. So he is very passionate about continuing the BNC, but obviously we lost 10 other members that maybe didn't feel that same way. So I think there is potential. And I think that bringing 11 people on board with new creative ideas could bring something special. But I'm guessing it's hard to know. It was just a conversation with one person and their feedback.
Thank you, Chris. Council Member Meyer.
Thank you. And Chris, that actually answered some questions too. I love the idea of setting up a booth at a farmer's market to solicit feedback on agenda items and issues. I think that's fantastic. But I'm trying to remember, and it's a question that's probably rhetorical, but I thought at one point we even discussed having BNC be either a subgroup or in some sort of partnership with the leadership roundtable that Tim started. I don't know if anyone else remembers that, but I think it was kind of that part of the engagement and the connection to the council and that kind of thing. There was some discussion there.
I also remember that conversation, Councilmember Meyer. And, the idea of having representatives from all of the different areas in the community also was a part of that conversation as much as possible. I know that we don't have the ability to mandate certain neighborhoods to put up a representative, but there very likely could be. And I would love to see more involvement from the whole community. Ideally, like has already been said, it would be great to at some point have this morph eventually into something more substantive than the beginning. of it that the chair has recommended. But at the same time, all of these other events are also very much what makes our community a family community. I love going to these smaller events. Taking our dogs to bark in the park was great. And the fact that it's a committee made up of community representatives, or at least residents from all over the community, I think this is an opportunity that we could also bring in the diverse cultures that we have that could be represented on this as well. Not just neighborhoods, but also different cultures. We have an absolute tapestry of amazing different cultures here in Brentwood that many of our residents aren't aware of how rich the different cultures and groups that we have here in our community. I'd love to see representatives there as well. Having said that, do we have a recommendation or a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, approve the revised Brentwood Neighborhoods Committee's duties, goals, and guidelines.
Second.
That's good. We have a first.
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry. I thought you said that's good. My computer froze for a minute. So we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, now we are moving into item E1, new requests. If you have a new agenda request, future agenda request in consideration of our recently approved strategic plan, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. So this one actually comes up because Vice Mayor Johnny has ODAT, you have a church, and I don't feel that you should be excluded from asking for grants and stuff, but I think we need a process for it when it is a sitting council member asking for any support. And I think we need staff to look in that, and it's going to have to something that's super transparent, because we all complain about Washington and everyone's like in position because they want to make money off their position. So just for us to like give you the opportunity to do it, but also giving full transparency to the community. So that way no one says, we're hindering the role outside before you got on council, and anything you were getting before, you're getting it now. And because we saw the, LUD had moved away from a grant for ODAT for the other Los Muertos, and then come to find out, a resident had asked for the information, and come to find out we did give something of value to Vice Mayor Rodriguez, which was the bleachers and the stage, which I feel like we should have known because it's been asked. So we just need to be more transparent. So coming up with a process for that would be fantastic. So that way everything is just, on the up and up. And that's my agenda item.
Thank you.
So Mayor, if we could just make that succinct. So a policy that states that council members who have businesses or nonprofits can't participate in.
Not the regular grant process. It has to be separate, and it's anything of value, right? So, I gave I don't talk about my brands. I don't talk about my company, because even saying it is a thing of value. So, I just think we need to, anything that's a thing of value, we should not be, having that at council. And if you do, it should be a very clear ask. This is my ask. This is why I'm asking for it. These are my financials. This is what it's going to do. And this is the value of it, so that it's very clear to everyone in the public, because, we all get calls about stuff. So I just want to not get calls about anything, not get any posts about anything. And that way it's super clear.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. This is about proclamations.
Actually, Councilmember Meyer, really quick. Mayor, can I correct what Councilmember Mendoza said, because it was incorrect?
Not on this item right now. We are just taking the future agenda item request. I understand. At that time, during
just because my name was mentioned and the organization obviously I work for, but also it wasn't correct information. I just not sure if I could correct that.
When we have this discussion later, should this come back, I think that would be the appropriate time to have that conversation. Council Member Meyer.
We, as we all know, we have very long council meetings. Today we had several proclamations. They were very valid and impactful and meaningful. But there are times we have proclamations come to us that don't have recipients that come live to receive them and make a presentation about them. And I think in a case like that, we should look at trying to leave those in consent or just read the heading or something to shorten them. I think they can still have meaning if we don't read the entire thing, if there's no one there to receive it. So I don't know if that means that there's a shortened version that we read if there's no one here. I don't know if that means that all of them go on consent, and if we have somebody in the audience who is going to receive it, that we pull them out of it. I just feel like there should be a way, again, not to cut out proclamations that are really meaningful to our residents, because the ones we had tonight definitely were, but to not just check a box on some of the stuff that's a national, holiday or recognition when it's not something that means something locally. Tim, is that enough information on that?
Yes, thank you. That's clear.
Okay. And then under the same kind of heading, and this might just be an email, I don't know, but the resident who called in and asked about recognition of what our Ukrainian families are going through and feeling, and what we represent as a city as far as the immigrants and the refugees that could be coming through our doors. And if there is some, I don't know if that's a proclamation in response to what she's looking for, some kind of recognition that we have families in the city that are suffering and that have families in Ukraine that are suffering. Is that a proclamation, or what?
Yeah, I think a proclamation would be best to show the city council support for those who are in turmoil in Ukraine. And we can find some draft language somewhere and put something together.
In a case like that, there would be somebody local who it means a lot to that would want to receive it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, is your hand up from earlier or? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll wait till later.
Thanks. Councilmember Mendoza.
I wasn't sure if Councilmember Meyer was going to ask for this. When it comes to Ukraine, I think she had a very valid point. There's going to be a lot of refugees that are coming into this country. And I don't know if it's a Facebook post or maybe somewhere on our page that we can post resources, because I know there's national organizations that you can link to if you want to host families or if you want to donate. I think that would maybe help people know where they can donate. So I don't know if that's an agenda item, asking staff time to look up those organizations and make a post.
Or should I revise mine, or should that be something separate?
I think they're separate.
Okay. Yeah. I did get a list of what have been verified donation recipient nonprofits for the Ukraine from a Ukrainian resident who'd been researching others in the Bay Area. So I guess that wouldn't be part of the language of the proclamation. That would be a separate item then.
Can staff just take hers and put it on a Facebook post and a link to our website, and then we're done? I don't know, Damien, can that just happen, or does it have to come back to council?
That could be incorporated into the proclamation as a way of your showing support, is directing some resource information on the website. So we can incorporate it into one agenda request.
Okay, so I will send you the list that I received.
Great.
As well.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more future agenda item requests, we'll move into item E2.1. And it is a future agenda item request from Councilmember Meyer related to development project notifications. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And again, this came in part from this discussion happening several times through council discussion, one item or another, and also hearing the Planning Commission make the same request for there being some kind of official review of our processes around notifications. And I guess the new projects are currently at 1,000 feet. I would love to discuss the feasibility of expanding that to 2,000 feet. And currently design review and extensions are not notified, but I'm thinking they could be. I think sometimes that can be very impactful to nearby neighbors, and they might want to know about that happening. I know maybe the second notification, if we're sending a second one, that could be done through electronically. Like the first one is sent in the utility bill or however, and the second one maybe is sent via email, so that we can still expand the reach and expanding the number of contacts, but not necessarily expand the budget when it comes to notifications. And I think, and we talked a little bit too about having a dedicated page on the website. And I think you were reviewing, Tim, the idea of having that incorporated into the projects list. So I think this is just all around the same discussion of just making sure that we're being very clear with residents about what they can expect in their neighborhoods. And I think because we still have so much going on that, you know, the discussions in front of council happened years ago, so people aren't necessarily aware of what changes are coming in their own neighborhoods. And I think we could do a little bit better about that.
At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do have one hand raised, and I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. As a member of the Alliance for a Better Brentwood, I think such an idea is excellent. People too often don't know what's coming in their neighborhood. Too often we have to go out and make people aware just because they just have no idea. People in Brentwood work all day and then drive an hour or two, and then they spend their time when they're home with their families, you know, trying to have a life. And I think anything that we can do to increase awareness so that people can really understand what's going on around them, what they can expect to see, there's nothing but a benefit to that. So I would really endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. I will say that I spoke to some of the planning commissioners as well regarding this item. I think it's absolutely something that we need to do as a city. I completely agree with Councilmember Meyer. Certainly I'd like to see looking into, again, the feasibility of the distance as well. And I would also like, if possible, to have things like this, items like this on our website, have a part of our website that our community can just click on and find out, you know, what's going on at different parts of the community. You know, we really are very serious about transparency. We've made great strides toward it. And I think that this is something that just makes perfect sense as well.
I agree. I think we have to do it. I think I asked for it when I wasn't on council, but council ignored me. So I'm glad that Councilwoman Meyer brought it up. But I think it's great. You know, someone just called me about a public notice that we made. So, you know, making sure that public notices, I know they're in the paper, but not everyone, the paper doesn't have 100% circulation. So, and now you sometimes even have to pay to read part of it. But if we could have a page just for public notices also, that would be nice, so that it mirrors what we're publishing in the paper.
Councilmember Rarey.
Mayor, if I could jump in real quick.
Yes.
I just want to show the City Council, based on our new website, what we have in place already. That may be addressing a lot of these questions, but we have a public notices section under the community development page that if you click on, it shows all the recent public notices that have been issued. So just another resource that we already have, but maybe we can market that better and showcase that off for the residents.
Terrific. Thank you. I love having ideas that are already in place. That really is awesome.
So you're talking about what's the current distance right now that has to be noticed? Is it 500 feet?
I believe it's 1,000 feet.
I think it's less, but 3 to 500, I think, is what it is now.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, even from my house to the corner of West Country Club, which is like 2.5 houses away, well, not even that distance, they were going to build something for the golf course, and I didn't receive notification of it. They were going to build like, I don't know, 14 townhomes there. This was a while back. But I mean, when we start expanding it, are you talking about expanding it as the crow flies? And I mean, then how many more houses is this going to go out to? The cost of the paper, the cost of the people having to put the envelopes together, the stamps, and the price of stamps are going up in order to reach a larger audience. I think people get involved when they want to get involved. And I mean, today I heard, and I don't know how many different things, that we need a process, we need to do this, we need to do that. And, you know, this policy needs to be put in place. And I think that we're getting down into the minutia. And I think that I think that the notification of 300 or 500 feet, whatever it is sufficient. They have to put a big sign out there when they're going to be doing something, when they're going to be building. It's kind of a red flag that says, hey, look at this big sign. It's a huge sign that has to go out there. Unfortunately for me, they put it on the other side of the club, or not clubhouse, but the maintenance yard. And I never saw it because I don't go up that side of West Country Club. But I think that we're just adding so much on to everything that we do. And I think that the process is, I mean, they've worked pretty well for a long time. And now to have to add more policy over more policy seems, I don't know, I don't see the purpose.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm on the public notice of public hearings and all this stuff. And for example, there was one for Vineyard Academy in the paper. It's not on this list. So should it be on this list? These are all from 2020.
That's part of this migration that's still in process. But yes, that should all be updated with the latest notices. So it's in process.
And I do agree with Councilman Rarey about the expense. And I know I go back to our utility bills. How can we leverage what we're already doing to put the notices out? Because I mean, the reason I mentioned it when I wasn't on council is because we kept feeling like, oh my gosh, like we didn't know about this. Like it's just, we only have a week, we only have 2 weeks or whatever. And you all know what research it goes into when you're reviewing a development or reviewing a business and trying to like read EIR. Like it's a lot of work. So I know we notice it. I care about all of Brentwood, and that was the other gripe I had, is like, I care about all of Brentwood, not just a section. Like one time someone said, well, you don't live in that neighborhood, why do you care? And I'm like, because I'm a Brentwood resident, I care about everything. I don't care if it's 300 feet or 500 feet or 1,000 feet from my door. So I do agree with Councilmember Meyer. We've got to find a way to do it for the people who want to know. So I don't know what that looks like. And I don't know what the expense is. I think that's part of the agenda ask, right? Figuring out what the expense is and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, our report that we can come back with can give a range of, it is 300 feet currently. Would you want to go to 500 to 1,000, 2,000? We can give you a couple options and also show some different costs, some different ways to advertise it through, whether it's the website, whether it's emails, newsletters, utility bills. We can list all that in the staff report, and then some potential costs as well for you.
Maybe a map that highlights them. Like puts like dots on a map, and you just open a page and there are all the dots on the map. because our new system's supposed to be fantastic, right?
It is.
Member Rarey?
Forgot what I was going to say now. It's, you know, as far as utility bills, I don't know about you guys, but we go online, we open it up, see what we pay, and we pay it. So if a utility bill comes in, it usually goes straight into the shredder. I've never even opened it. And I bet there's a lot of people out there who pay online like I do. And so sending anything in a utility bill, we could be sending it and nobody ever sees it. So I do believe that we should have a separate envelope for it, so that people are notification. I mean, you get something from the city that's not normal, you might look at it, you know, whereas you see a utility bill right into the shredder. Anyway. But I mean, we do have a significant amount of emails that are out there. I don't know how we can utilize those.
Yeah, much like we sent the newsletter out, perhaps unsolicited, to the emails that we had, in some 20,000 emails. So that's another resource that we can utilize.
Councilmember Meyer.
And Tim, I definitely was thinking, as far as the notification goes, that would be part of it for me anyways. I would agree with Councilmember Rarey on the potential for people throwing the envelope away, but I'm wondering if there could be a sticker or some kind of label when the utility bill goes out with a public notice inside, that it says public notice included, please open, something like that in yellow. Because it would be cheaper than sending it separately, but maybe that's an option to consider.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this item?
So, I would like to make a motion to spend time, staff's time and resources on reviewing our notification process. Do I need to go through all the different things that I discussed, or?
The most important one is make sure you include in your motion, and then we've heard a lot of feedback from the rest of the council that we can go back and look at the tape on.
Okay, so yeah, staff time and resources. Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Sure.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll move on to item E 2.2. Future agenda item request from Councilmember Rarey related to World Down Syndrome Day. Councilmember Rarey.
I was contacted by a resident to add this, as she had seen that Danville had recognized it, and I think, unlike what we do, that they posted on their social media, which I think is a great idea. I mean, I look at that list of proclamations, and the time, I think we spent an hour today doing 4 proclamations. And I some of these things could go through the consent, and then you go to the event, the mayor or vice mayor or whoever had requested it can go to that event and present it at the event. And then post things on this one, as Damien's popping up. Just do it on social media. I mean,
if we can stick to the
I have
item
no
at hand,
problem
please.
with mine going out on social media.
I think it'd be appropriate for public comment then, if that's your request, Councilmember Rarey.
And then just send it to whatever organization it is.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open public comment.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, this time we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
I like the way you work, Councilmember Rarey. But yeah, I support this. I think it's, if they called and asked them, it's important to them.
Okay, so do I have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to include National Down Syndrome Day. I think it was March 21st.
And I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Trying to find my Zoom back again. Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, move into item E 2.3, a future item request from Councilmember Rarey relating to animal services. Councilmember Rarey.
So, as I said, a couple of years ago, I had asked that we look into working with our neighboring cities, maybe to get a nonprofit out here to run a no-kill shelter. But I think at this point, we really just need to bring the Director of Animal Services out here to talk to us about what cuts have been made, how it's affecting the services to us, maybe giving us response times, how many calls in Brentwood are not being answered, what's the time that it could take, for an animal service officer to respond to something, what things aren't being taken care of any longer. I think we need to know how it's affecting our neighbors, because you got dogs barking, you got dogs biting people, you have loose dogs, cats, and I think that just having them come give us a presentation so that we are more aware of what's actually happening in our city with these reduction in services.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open public comments. Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Using the Zoom feature, I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised. I believe this is the call-in person who had spoke earlier. Do you want me to go ahead and?
That's fine for this item.
Caller, go ahead. Caller,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I think you need to evaluate the city contracts that are before you and see if you're going to do $1 to $2 per capita more, what are you going to get? Because you have not been getting, even your mandated services have been limited. And I'm not sure what you're going to achieve for that additional money. And I'm going to tell you the nonprofits out here are struggling. Even I'm a cat trapper that I'll go out and trap cats and stay and neuter them. There are people out here that are now trapping dogs because animal services, if they don't get them on the first time, will just leave them here. So there is a major issue going on with animal services. I trap up in Sacramento County. Sacramento County is similar to Contra Costa County in the amount of people and the budget that they spend. They have not closed down their shelter to cats. They provide and work with nonprofits on making sure that there's spay and neuters. They have 2 large nonprofits up there that do about 19,000 animals, cats, owned animals at each site. But it doesn't exist here. And Animal Services is going to have to be the one entity that establishes this and then either turns it over to nonprofits for the spay neuters. The reasons you have dogs and cats running everywhere is because the shelter has closed down to the intake. During these 3 years, the population has just doubled. And between COVID and people being evicted, in my personal opinion, Animal Services is not addressing this. And asking you for more money, we asked for Measure X money to try to get a spay and neuter clinic. We were turned down. And the Measure X proposal wasn't even signed and dated by the Animal Service Director. And the county went back and forth on it. They should have considered it, but I think because they were coming to you for more money, they just ignored it. So there's other ways to get money for non-mandated services, but even the mandated services that you're receiving right now, I know that Brentwood has a lot of issues where they're told to bring the dogs in through your police department. If this doesn't change, if your $2 per capita amount that you're about to pay doesn't change that, I don't know what to tell you to do. And you should also look at those contracts, because I think the only way to change them is by the county board of supervisors vote once you enter into them. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
This time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Councilmember Rarey.
And I'd have to agree with her on that. After Lisa had called me the other day, I went onto the website there. They had 13 cats available, and it specifically says in there that unless it's ill, do not bring a cat to them. If you find a litter of cats, unless they are skin and bones, don't bring them into them. Leave them where they are. And if you find another cat, if it's been around your neighborhood and you just don't, it's always hanging out of your house, and you don't want that cat there, don't bring it to them. They won't take it. There was a whole page on it. There was there 36 dogs that were there? But even in there, it says if you show up to the animal shelter, they won't allow you to go in and see the animals. You have to have an appointment. And, one of the things that I've done is, you go in there and you may not have any intention of adopting, but by the time you leave, you may have, 2 kittens with you or a puppy dog that you never thought that you wanted until you saw that little face look at you, and then you turn around and walk away. They previously, and I didn't see the application, but their application used to have to bring every single family member in your household and your animals down to the animal shelter to be able to adopt, so that they make sure that everybody in your household is okay with you adopting. So and she, when she came and spoke to us a couple of years ago, and I brought that up, she goes, well, yeah, that we still are doing that. So it's kind of hard to get dogs and cats adopted if you're not allowing people to come in to actually see them. You can make an appointment, but I'll tell you get those people who just come in, I just want to go see those animals, and then walk out with something. I know that I've walked in for one cat, and I did it with a puppy too. We walked in for one puppy and we walked out with two cats. So yeah, it's kind of frustrating, and so I'd like to see what the services are and what this contract's about, and what we're going to get for it.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Sure, yes.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
At this time, we'll move into the final motion. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Sorry, I muted myself. Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your work. Be safe.